Okay, here we go. Welcome to the top 8 of the uh, Lobster Roll Summer Arcadian New Beginnings. No, Lobster Roll New Beginnings Summer Arcadian. That's the full name of it. Tournament for lower level players, and we have a top 8 featuring uh 5 out of 8 players are not in top 8. Let's turn menu music on. Or 5 out of 8 players in the top 8, not 5 out of 3 out of 8 players in the top 8 are not actually players who entered the tournament, uh, with because of people not being able to top, not being able to stay awake for top 8. So that's silly, but see here, waiting for Jade Dreamer and Fateful Sword here. Fateful Sword, one of the players who did not qualify for top 8, but is here. Because the 5 players who both qualified and made it are Fujiling, Zorik, Senshi, and... no. Excuse me. It's Crow, aka... Crow on StartGG. He goes by Naiteru. Then Webfreak, Zorik, Daddy Donald, and Jade Streamer. And then I don't know who's subbing in for Fujiling. Fateful Sword is subbing in for Masterlands, and Wakateri is subbing in for Senshi Yukana. And we might have an AFK Fateful Sword. Just maybe. Yeah, because here's what the bracket looks like. Chunky Peanut beat Snugglebase? What? What? What happened there? I have so many tabs open in the Steam browser. Must have been in his lane in this tile game. Interesting. Shogun is killing the Trinity. Is this the finals? Asks Fast Lime. This is the this is round 1 of top 8. So winner of this has to win 2 more games to 2 more sets to get to grand finals. Hopefully we can get a move on here. between these two or maybe I'll watch Web Freak. Nah, Dreamer Sword is definitely going to be the funnier of the games in this round 1. Worst thrower of today versus worst thrower of history. Dreamer keeps doing these Google translated Korean messages for the memes. Did I miss the map ban phase? Okay. I guess they just gentlemen's to Agalta? Not entirely sure what's going on there, but okay. Dreamer going with Engineer Comp hasn't placed his factor yet, but it is definitely going to be Rovers, and we are definitely going to be seeing a Dominatrix. Fabled Sword going for Cloak. I don't love that on this map. Glaive's very fast raider, so good on a map this open, but don't have a maneuverability advantage over Scorchers. And everything else Cloak has. Ronins are the fastest skirmisher. Reaver Knight pretty slow. Sling very slow. Scythe decent. Phantom pretty slow. So I think that you're kind of sabotaging yourself by going Cloak on a map like this. Commander for Dreamer is today we summon Reef with Dominatrix Blueprint. That's truly shocking. And Commander from Fabled Sword Sleep level 1 with Ronin Blueprint. Fabled Sword going with a very early radar, and it is going to get destroyed by darts before it's even finished. Glaive on the way. Commander from Fabled Sword not dealing with the darts. Idle Commander, not really what you love to see. Glaives from Fabled Sword coming in, going to be able to kill a mechs. But the Scorcher not killing, dying, killing nothing. Fabled Sword just pumping out more glaives for now. Conjure setting up a forward radar. I don't love this when the commander is still taking its time to get out of the base. Yeah. Not my favorite expansion path with the commander either. Like, north it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 metal extractors to the middle. South is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah. 9 metal extractors versus 6. Even if you get these two, then it's 8 metal extractors versus 9. Or if you were to get these two, 11. So, yeah. I think your commander should be sent at the most metal dense expansion path, and constructors should take less metal dense ones. Because commander, pretty slow. Engineer commander, 36 Elmo move speed, whereas a conjurer, 54. Mason going to be even faster than that, 69 for a Mason. So, nice raid from Fabled Sword, takes down a Mason. Big Scorcher Ball from Dreamer, but it is solely being used defensively right now. Could be doing some really effective raiding on Fabled Sword's backline, but Scorchers are not there. Instead, they're just dealing with 4 glaives, another set of glaives coming in. However, this isn't like an airtight defense, but Commander here, Lotus in the backline. These glaives aren't going to be able to do too much. Really bad fight for Fabled Sword there. Using 4 glaives, I think, and only killing a dart. These glaives, killing a Lotus, that is not a good trade, especially when you factor in the reclaim. This conjurer should die here. Surely it's dead. Yes, it is extremely dead. Retreating Scorcher. Don't run Glaives into Retreating Scorcher. Oh, that Glaive's dead. Dreamer is just going to run. He's not even going to need to go to his patented Dominatrix. He just wins with in Raider phase with Scorcher. Commander for Fatal Sword, idle. Where's your solar, bro? There it is. Better not be watching this stream. Reaver is out. However, it is not in position to... yeah. Commanders should be safe. 2 Lotus, bunch of Glaives. There's not enough Scorchers to kill that. 6 Scorchers, that's not going to be enough. Expansion for Dreamer, really slow. After he got that first Mason killed, took until now for him to make another. So Fatal Sword actually out-equaling Dreamer right now. Only has 20 build power on his factory, and Caretaker assist the factory. Don't go reclaiming when metal storage is full. Commander from Fatal Sword doing more expansion. However, yeah, it kind of has to go slow because it's so vulnerable. Fatal Sword with a Ronin when there's nothing for the Ronin to kill at the moment. Like, Ronin decent into Fencer. Really good into Ripper. Dreamer's not going for that. He's going for Scorchers and Darts, and more Scorchers and more Darts. His plan to deal with this Reaver that's around is just to go around it, I think. Scorchers moving in. Going to just run over these Glaives. Yeah, when you're up against this big of a Raider ball, you really need Riots. Otherwise, if you just try and regain a lead in the Raiders, it's not going to happen. Your raiding force is just going to get nickel and dimed until you fall further and further behind in attrition. Riots, if they can force a fight, then you can come out ahead in attrition again. Of course, they could go around the Riots. They could counter the Riots, but if you're in a position where you are going to lose if your opponent responds properly, sometimes you need to take the bet that they're going to respond improperly, because if they don't, then you're losing either way. So, no more defensive Glaives. Dreamer is going for some silly things. He's getting greedy. This is not unwinnable for Fatal Sword. Fatal Sword, even in economy, he just needs to get these Scorcher numbers under control. And Dreamer's base, the way that you win this, if you're Fatal Sword, is you get the... This is a nice big force of Glaives. You don't really need more. 17 Glaives. Just get these in a position to do some damage and wait for Dreamer to commit to an attack with these Scorchers. And while the Scorchers are busy moving on his base with the Glaives, and you can get a factory kill. Dreamer going for a Strider hub when he does not have 50 energy total, let alone 50 energy in a grid. 6 that energy coming from his commander. These 2 solars disconnected. These solars not connected. However, that would be very easy to fix. These solars not connected. Chasing Glaive dies. In terms of factory switches in this situation, I mean, Air Factory, Plane Factory for Phoenix would be good. Blast Wing, Gunship Factory for Blast Wing would be very good against this big rover army. Commander is going out of position. Lone Reaver, isolated, dies. Commander for for Fateful Sword running away. These Scorchers, however, they can just move in and roll over the commander. Like, they don't need to care about these Lotuses. Yeah. Bit of a push here. Ronin not serving any purpose. Like, this should be either more Glaives or more Reavers. Base from Dreamer. I mean, he can pull all the Scorchers back. Based on what was in the base, probably would have been enough to counter the Reavers anyway, but you don't really want to take that chance. Reaver not running away, just running straight into the Scorchers and dying as a consequence. That Scorcher, 1.3 HP Scorcher, that's tough. That's tough. Lotus is going to kill that instantly. But there's a Stardust coming up. Scorchers can just go around it. Like, yeah, it's a path that one of the spectators drew. Scorchers can just follow that right into the base. Little expansion up here. These Lotuses are totally dead. Commander from Fateful Sword still hiding in a corner. What's your plan, Mr. Dreamer? Oh, Dominatrix coming out. Dreamer's decided it is time. And is he correct? Like, this is I'm not sure. This is a lot of Glaives. This is 25 Glaives. And some of them are going to be lost in the process of liquidating the Scorcher Ball, but it's still a lot for Dominatrix. Like, you want 3 Glaives per Dominatrix, I think. How many Glaives survive? 17 Glaives. And, oh, it is now 10 Dominatrix. That's trouble. That's a lot of trouble. It's not yet 10 Dominatrix. Now it's 10 Dominatrices. Reaver's moving in. Dreamer running his comm away. Commander not upgraded. But here come the Dommies. We in mono-spam world. Yeah, that grid still not linked, so Striver Hub still not operational. Wants to make a Dante. Can't make a Dante. And it begins. Dominatrix has been highlighted. And this Dummy Ball is big enough you can't beat it. Well, I mean, if he mono spams Glaive, then he can beat the Dummy Ball. But he needs a lot more Glaives than he has on the field. And he needs to give up a lot of space. At that point, I really would like to see Air Plant Switch or Phoenix, because Phoenix really effective here. I would also accept Gunship Switch for Blast Wing. Blast Wing also effective here. This is going in the book too. And we're now seeing Ronin getting out-skirmished by Dominatrices. Dreamer's just snowballing here. Army value, I mean, army unit count is definitely going to favor Fateful Sword here. Army value, yikes. 2x value for Mr. Dreamer. No, stop making Reavers. Stop making Reavers. Stop making Ronin. Just Mass Glaive. Mass Glaive collapse in on this ball with Mass Glaive, but there's not. Stardust captured. Imp. As in put an imp there? Sure. Doesn't have that. Doesn't have the time to get that either. We finally seeing Mass Glaive? Finally seeing Mass Glaive. I think it's too little too late, though. Like, there are Reavers that have been captured by the ball. There's a Stardust that's been captured. That's ugly. That is ugly. Yeah, just took way too long to switch to the Mass Glaive. It's over. It's over. This ball is just snowballing out of control. And the Stardusts. Stardust's going down to self-destruct this Stardust. It is not going self-destruct it. Too late. And this Force Piranha is just going to get captured by the Dominatrices. Losing a ton of glaives to the explosion of that. Yeah, just took too long to switch to the glaive monospam. Way too long. 17 Dominatrices in this ball. I think they've only lost one. And so many more getting printed by the factory. Dreamer not focusing on rebuilding. He's kind of just messing around at this point. But his messing around is enough for him to win. There's no Stinger, there's no Air Switch, there's no Phantoms. And the Reavers are just getting captured. Okay, only one Reaver still alive. Could be worse. This Ronin should really just be killing that Stardust, because that is a problem. Dreamer exceeding Fateful Sword's economy on account of capturing Fateful Sword's economy. $27 Dominatrices. It's just not going to get... Oh, as I said, that ball is getting overrun. There's the Stardust. The Stardust that's still alive. It's killing all the glaives. Never killed that. He had plenty of time to kill it with a Ronin. Ronin outranges Stardust. It would have worked. Not now. 24 Dominatrices. 25 Dominatrices. More streaming across the map. This is not enough glaives to hurt that commander. This is 6 surviving glaives, and you really want 9 to... With 2 Lotuses, you want more like 11 or 12 glaives. The ball can just walk in. Lotus is being captured. That Lotus is killing the caretakers. The numbers aren't here. There isn't a Stardust this time. This Stardust isn't even captured. Dreamer just made it. Sword. Yeah, there was a window where Monoglaive would have worked. There was a window. That window closed. After that window, Factory Switch was the only way to deal with this. And it was, or not the only way. Imp would have worked. But neither happened. Instead, just Dreamer just ran away with it. So let's see how these other games are going. 17 minutes. Daddy Donald versus Loctery. Said Locateri earlier. It's not Locateri, it's Loctery. Let's catch up there. No other update. Oh, Crow over, I don't know who subbed in for Fujilan. Loud Scorchers. Love that. Don't love that. Really can't, the zero audio balance can't happen soon enough. Loctery with the much better matchup here. And sniping Daddy Donald's commander. However, I don't think he knows the flowchart. He's making a lot of scorchers. That is not in the flowchart. Lochtery switching to moderator, or not, Daddy Download switching to moderator too early though. Lochtery's expansion up here, intercepted by this pyro, and... Okay. We have fencers. Take a while before... Gotta be careful with the... Gotta have your fencers on an attack move versus these moderators so that they stop the fire at the right time. Yeah, this is not a free win for Daddy Donald. However, yeah, this could be some trouble. Firewalker is out now. If Lochtery is following the flowchart, they'll make Ravagers. Instead, they're just making more Fencers. Yeah, if I am Daddy Donald here, I am Juggernaut? I don't love Juggernaut here. I do not love Juggernaut here. Yeah, I would factory switch into Amp for Bulkhead. Because Bulkhead has a real fun time versus Fencer. All the Fencers have been cleaned up. I say all more Fencers are on the way. And we've now caught up. This Juggernaut running wild for now. And it's just Mono Fencer from Lochtery. Yeah. Amp switch for Bulkhead. That's what I want to see here. That's not what I am seeing, but that's what I want to see. And Idle Juggernaut just getting nickel and dimed by a Fencer for no reason. Where is Daddy Donald's APM? What's he focusing on? Let's look at his cursor. He's just focusing on all of these Fencers, which, fair enough. Like, it's not like this Juggernaut is going to go down anytime soon. 13,500 health versus 52 DPS. More firewalkers on the way. Lochtery, might be time for you to switch into Ravager. And Juggernaut woke up. Still lost like 3,000 HP for no reason. But we have a jump. We have Fencers being taken for a ride, but Juggernaut needs to run away now. Lochtery? Lotus Lob. Lotus Lob. Lob not making a Lotus, and that Juggernaut is just dead now. It can get a jump in. Nope. I think one was ordered, but it was in windup when it was killed. Spencer's moving in on Daddy Donald again. Daddy Donald needs to remix. Rebuild that. Get that up. Send a Jack up to kill that north. Yeah. If Lochtery would... Oh, Ravager's coming out. Lochtery is now following the flowchart. Took a while, but it's happening. I don't like the second stinger. Like, what is the second stinger giving you that the first wasn't already? Firewalkers, where's the radar? The radar is here. It cannot see that far ahead. New radar coming online. There's the Lotus. That metal extractor has given Daddy Donald so much metal that it had no right being alive to give. And now, Lochtery grabbing this big reclaim field. Daddy Donald in a lot of trouble. Lochtery's got all the eco on both side... What do you call these? Platforms? Platform implies something that's flatter than that, I think. So, I don't know. On Pyro, if Daddy Donald was paying attention, no. Jump the Pyro in? Or, well... Yeah. Those benches are dead. I feel like that Phoenix could have been used a lot better. I don't think it should have died there. But... Firewalker's getting so much damage in, but here come the Ravagers. 16 Ravagers. 15 Ravagers. 15 Ravagers? That's rough. Phoenix, if they focus on the Ravagers, they can get a lot of damage in. But Jetpack doesn't love dealing with Ravagers. Scuttle could be a cost-efficient option. I don't love that, though. Daddy Donald still needs to rebuild that metal extractor. Are you doing that? I think this is just a reclaim command. Ravager Pyro isn't... that feels like even-ish for both sides. Pyro is a large target, which isn't... Ravagers take so much AoE fighting the Pyro, but also they take so long to go down. Nice shot, Firewalker. Phoenixes need to attack. Now. Attack. Bomb them. There are no Lotuses up here. This is a lot of cooked Ravagers, but... or, there's one Lotus, I lied. I'd like to see a Pyro. Jack needs to jump in. Phoenix has reloaded. Air Factory is gone. Phoenix, bomb the Ravagers. Well, they're all dead. Yeah. Luxury did just give a big donation. And next wave of Ravagers, 9 Ravagers. Daddy Donald is going to be expecting them now. They won't be able to do as much damage, and all these Firewalkers still alive. This one really should be dealing with these stingers. Seriously. Ravagers should kill off the Firewalkers, but I don't know that there's quite enough of them. Constables need to jump away. Didn't happen. Firewalker 1, dead. Most of the Pyros, dead. Ravagers, heavily damaged. So much AoE damage from the Pyros. Jack is up. One of the Phoenixes reloaded. There isn't an air pad. Until there is, they won't be able to reload again. Stingers starting to go down to Firewalkers. Move the Jack in. Move the Jack in. Move the Jack in. What are you doing? Why are you making moderators instead of Pyros? Whatever. No real damage done. Firewalkers still alive. Only one Firewalker was killed. Jack's moving in. Bro, where's the air pad? Where's the air pad? Where is the air pad? Top 10 questions science can't answer. There is nothing to respond to these. Not nothing. There's Ravagers on the way. Moderator, not a good answer to Ravager. Not in these numbers. Anarpad, never rebuilt. Phoenix is not doing anything. Oh, that's so much AoE. This is not going well for Daddy Donald. Lobster beating the guy who took second in the Swiss standings when he didn't even enter the tournament. So that's fun. Daddy Donald gonna have to do quite the losers bracket run. Kind of should have taken first. Like, he should have beaten Crow in his match with him. If that match happens, it could have only happened in grand finals. It could happen in losers. I'll have to check the bracket to. It could happen. Loser of E. Loser of. Okay, it could happen in losers quarterfinals. But and Web Freak beat Zorik, so we have Crow versus Web Freak, and since Yukon that should be Lochtery versus Jade Dreamer. And in losers, Fujiling, whoever's subbing in for Fujiling, I should just check Crow's last match on the website to see who's subbing in for Fujiling. Oh, no one's subbing in. It's actually Fujiling, so it's not 3 out of 6 players or 3 out of 8 players in top 8 didn't enter the tournament. It's only 2 out of 6. Not 6, 8. Excuse me. So next round should be starting up soon. Let's see here. Crow versus Web Freak. I think that's the one to watch. Fujiling is Zorik. Daddy Donald versus not Masterlands, that is Fable Sword. Yeah. I'll go with Crow Web Freak. Web Freak plays very, very slow and methodical. I think describes both Web Freak and Madcraft's playstyles. They both have like identical playstyles. I think they go fairly even. And let me check what the record between Madcraft and Web Freak is. Player count to 2. So their last 10 games, Web Freak 2, 2-1, 3-1, 3-2, 4-2, 5-2, 6-2, 7-2, 8-2 in the last 10 games between Web Freak and Madcraft. And that's reflected in the results from the Swiss round. Web Freak making it out in fourth. Web Freak making it out in 4th, while Madcraft drowning, only getting 1 win. Who was his win? It was against you all standings. Let's see here. Madcraft's sole win was Teen Titans Go Home. Okay, map bans. So let's see here. Oh no, Halite Maze? Why would Webfreak allow this? Webfreak does play hovers, and hover versus spider, if you're playing hover properly, is very funny on this map. But I don't think Webfreak knows about the power of Claymore. So I think Webfreak is going to get drowned by an avalanche of hermit crabs. Webfreak, Guardian Commander, going Spider. Okay. So we're going to get a Spider Mirror here. I don't think I see Webfreak play Spider usually. Crow spawning in. Bird up. Commander name is Bird up, but I don't think we're going to be seeing magpies. Yep, Spider Mirror. Let's go. You is Webfreak's Guardian Commander. Okay. Still not making anything with their first factory. Fleas coming out now. Crow ahead of them on that. Also with Engineer Commanders, so ahead of them getting Mexes up. Extra build power. 5 fleas. First for Crow. 2 for Webfreak. Which one's going to get the Venom first? Both of them getting their first Venom at... Oh! Crow ran out of metal. Ran out of metal. If I can speak properly. So, just Venom a little delayed. Lotus is up. Webfreak delaying building that metal extractor back there. I don't love that when he also delayed making a con. Solo Venom moving in. I don't like this because, like, if there were 2 Venoms, and there could have been 2 Venoms if Crow hadn't gone for a Weaver instead, then that Venom just gets killed doing no damage. That's not the case. However, it still should back off before it's too late. Is it too late? Crow wasted some time there. So, yeah. Webfreak able to get that Venom out. More Venoms coming out. Con. Really should be making that rear metal extractor. What are you doing? Every second that isn't up, income that you're permanently missing out on for no reason. There it is. There it is. Crow. 1 metal extractor ahead in expansion, and that's only going to grow. Webfreak's expansion path not terribly efficient. Please tell me it's not going to block back to build that solo that's already built for no reason. Three Venoms versus Crow letting a Venom die for no reason. It was... Yikes, yikes. It's really not good. And nothing coming out of the Spider Factory. Crow? Crow? Recluse? I think Crow threw. Web Freak kind of throwing by not killing the Lotus right off the bat. But the Lotus is dead. Recluse is dead. Factory from Crow. What is it doing? Hello, Recluse. Fleas on the way. The hope here would be that Crow AoEs his own Venom. Or not, Web Freak AoEs his own Venom, but that's not happening. This factory is just very slowly going to die. Crow, you're not respond. What is your commander doing? What are you doing? What are you doing? What are you doing? Crow? Crow is in lag. How bad? Half a second lag. So that's not ideal, but also it's... I mean, I don't think it's GG yet. I think that Crow can kill these Venoms before the factory goes down, and then he can get up a Redback. Just spam out, just spam Redback. Like, that's all you need. But, factory's dead. Yeah, Crow messed up. It's over. It's over. I was all doubtful of Web Freak. I was all... You're going to go onto the Hermit map against Mr. Hermit himself? And Web Freak said, yeah, and I'm not going to let him get to the point where he can spam Hermit. And that worked. Because Crow... Really bad timing? And making... I don't understand the Recluse instead of the Redback. Like, Recluse takes longer to make. Crow actually, I mean, could spam out Venoms. Expansion. Yeah. Venom Blueprint, go. Venom Blueprint, let's go. Commander's got Riot Cannon, and it's upgrading level 3. Wait, what did... It's just to get an extra companion drone, sure. And then he's going to upgrade it for battle drones. Expansion being raided. Don't make the... Make some Lotuses first. Don't work on the Spider Factory yet. That's not the Lotus Rocket. Lotuses. Lotuses. Not going for Lotus. Suicidal Venom. That is not going to cut it. Enough with the Lotus spam. Just make more Venoms. Lotuses were not made. So these Venoms just shut down Crow's expansion. I don't know what Crow was doing there, but, oh, factory is up. Problem is, expansion is not. Can Crow win a comm duel versus that level 3 commander? Factory survived. Weaver needs to get to rebuilding. And Web Freak... I mean, Crow has a lot of reclaim in his base. This isn't unwinnable. But, do I like his position? No, I do not. If you are... What does Crow need to do? I mean... Win condition needs to re-expand, get this, use all these reclaim, and can he get up enough Venoms to kill that commander? Maybe if he tanks with his own commander. I don't like more Venom spam. I would like to see some Redbacks. There is no radar. So... Weaver has radar. But Weaver dying for no reason. That's not ideal. and Crow giving that commander space to set up a stinger. If I'm Crow, I'm running my commander into that commander, hoping that it tanks and using the venoms to... Oh! Huh. What free... No, he's just trying to go around. Okay. Crow? Crow? What are you doing? What are you doing? Stinger is up. Window is closed. It's GG. Like, whether or not this expansion... This base is going to stay up. That was a nice feed. Crow really needs to get this done on that red back. But just getting crept. He's got all second stinger coming online. It's over. Like, what freak? More, just going mass hermit. Okay. Got all these venoms. What are you doing with them? How much range do these stingers cover? They don't cover up here. So there's a path to, that is not the path. There's a path to go around here. Path wasn't taken. Dead, redback. All these venoms are dead. Recluse also dead. Crow re-expanding. But he's so behind in economy. And no, give up on killing that commander. Like, it's not worth it. There's just too much build up over here. You have to see this, just focus on taking down the rest of the map and hope that Webfreak screws up. Like, Webfreak way ahead in economy, but he's concentrating so much value over here. 3810 value? What's his total value right now? 10.6k. So 30% of his value in this one spot. More than that, because he's got the commander that's 1625 value. Mass Hermit? I think a little early. Crow starting to re-expand. Mass Hermit beats Mass Venom if the Venoms aren't microed. And those Venoms weren't being microed, and also there were Lotuses around. Crow can't just go into Mono Hermit himself because there's too much. He's behind economically. You can't win a mono spam war when you're behind economically. He has to just outplay. And there's potential for that here, but it's not being realized. Flea, getting a free max kill here. There's a few other opportunities for that around the map. Crow definitely isn't listening to the stream because he's going Mono Hermit right as I'm saying don't do that. Crow has won games that he was supposed to lose already this turn. Well, he said games plural. It's at least one game that he was supposed to lose that he actually won so far this tourney. But I don't think it's happening here. I think any window to exploit vulnerabilities and how Web3 was playing has closed. And it's just a free win for Web3 now. Like, let's look at how many Hermits there are on the field for Webfreak. 19. And how many for Crow? That did just like the limits. Mr. 64-bit Dragon is working on a widget. To differentiate when you select multiple units, which team they're on. That will be pretty useful when it's finished. Yeah. Way more hermits for Web Freak. And Crow's traded as much HP off his commander as he was going to be able to do. So Web Freak moves on to winners finals. Not a great game from Crow there. That's rough. Freak. Remake. Winners bracket? What happened there? Okay, StarGG's just having a moment. Happens. Let's see. What else do we have? We have Lobster versus Dreamer. Okay. What is Dreamer doing? Air first? What? 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 Huh? What am I watching? It's time to go Mass Glaive, Mr. Dreamer. It's time to go Mass Glaive. It's a sneaky Glaive Ball, but I don't love the Glaive Ball. Oh, but there's, I mean, yeah. Does kill that Cloakbot Factory. Dreamer, what are you doing? Didn't notice that Cloakbot Factory was killed. Just making a new one. More Reavers. And he took out Lochtery's. What the? What? Lochtery doesn't have energy. And his energy is going to trying to run this Iris, because this Iris, well, it's not a high priority, it's just... Okay, this is going to be a really funny game to watch at normal speed. I'm just going to send this into 64-bit Dragon, because what the... Okay. Jade Streamer continuing to prove that he might just be, well, not might just be, he just is the funniest 0K player. What is this? Turn your Iris off, Lochtery, so that you turn it off. Turn it off. I think he turned it off. Air start 1. Oh my goodness. What is this? Maybe Shots Koala. Reaver was actually good because Glaives don't win the Glaive Mirror. The thing is that there was so much metal into Ronin that, like, think just pump out Ronin and combine with the Phoenix, you just win. Phoenix are all dead now. This con is able to expand, but not expanding. All that metal going into this fusion. Not all that metal, because Commander's metal is going not into the fusion, but into Spider Factory. Suicidal Glaives die for no reason. Ronin missing. Just put them on 5 mode. Whittle down the Reavers. Make them suffer. What do you make here to deal with Mass Reaver? Do you make Redback? Do you make Recluse? Because Redback do beat Reaver. Stinger is up. Is this enough to overpower the Stinger? Fusion is up. Metal Extractors being overdriven up the wazoo would be... One solar here would go crazy. Like that is going to be such efficient overdrive. It's just running in with all the Reavers. It's over. Should be over. Yeah, it's over. There's too many Reavers up here. Factory's dead. Commander's gonna die. Stinger is missing. Fusion is dead. Jade Streamer advances to winners finals with air first. Unserious game. Unserious game. And what else is ongoing? Anything? Anything? Daddy Donald versus Fabled Sword. Ongoing. Fusionling Zorik hasn't been updated on the bracket yet. Let's see if that's actually happened or not. Zorik. Zorik beat Fusionling. So we're going to see winner of this versus Crow and Luxury versus Zorik. In losers and winners finals will be Web Freak versus Jade Dreamer. Okay, Daddy Donald going lots of Archer. I don't like Archer into Cloak. It's not useless, however, it loses to Ronin, and Ducks do beat Ronin. And Ducks also beat Glaive pretty hard. So, I don't think the Archer is really doing anything here. Fabled Sword's base kind of under siege, but no bulkheads. And with that high difference bulkhead, even with the Force Fire Trick, bulkhead wouldn't outrange the Stinger. So, no, what Daddy Donald should really go for here is not Grizzlies. It's not. That's not the answer. It's Scallop. It's Lobster and Scallop. No archers here, so these boos are just losing to the Glaives. Now here's a position where Bulkhead would work, but I doubt that Daddy Donald knows about the manual fire trick. Grizzly gets attrition so slowly versus Cloak versus Reaver. It's fine. It gets attrition at a fine rate there. Versus Knight, Knights take a couple of volleys to go down. That's a dead con. This game's been going on for a while. Daddy Donald, I think, favored, but oh, that is a lot of That's a dead commander. Our mace is out, so that makes it a lot harder for these glaives to do their thing. I don't love the mace. Oh! That's enough buoys to kill that? Oh, commander was gone. And that's not enough buoys to kill these stingers. And still pretty even in terms of... No, it's not even. Daddy Donald favored in economy, favored in position, probably favored in army value. So many glaives wasted trying to kill that grizzly, but the grizzly's protected by maces, so that's not happening. Daddy Donald not doing the final assault yet, even though Grizzly definitely could take down that stinger. Not going for it yet. So many caretakers. Why do you have... It's got 100 and... Oh my... This is so many conches. That's like... So he's got 200 build power at fluctuating between 30 and 50 economy. And yet, he's still in danger of accessing metal because his energy, he doesn't have a fusion, he doesn't have a geo, it's just wind. And when the wind cycles... We're not even at a bad part of the wind cycle right now. If I am Fateful Sword, Phantom would be really, really strong in this position because what is there? There's maces get one shot by Phantom. There's buoys get one shot by Phantom. There's grizzlies get like 6 shot by Phantom. But it's just too late. Fateful Sword lost all his map control, lost his commander. Has no advanced economy for overdrive, and Reclaim is more accessible to Daddy Donald than it is to him. So Glaive taking a bath? If there were scallops or ducks? It's 2 glaives taking a bath. Those glaives could be dealt with. Yeah, at this point, this game is over. It's time for Daddy Donald to finish it off. Just walk in. Just walk in, bro. Doesn't have anything to stop you with. Like, this stinger, its mate cost 3 times over, but, shouldn't be too hard to just kill. Glaives streaming in. Also, yeah, 3x cost made on that Grizzly. Build the Geo. Imp is in position. Double Imp is in position. Is in a position. Double Imp does not stun a Grizzly, I'm pretty sure. That's a good chunk of the army stunned. It's not enough. 2 maces are still up. I would love to see Claymore instead of Mace. Like, okay. Fateful Sword throwing in the towel. So that's it for that round. Next round should be beginning fairly soon. Okay. Hmm. What what do I watch here? Because this was a really good match in when it happened in Swiss. Winners final is best of 3. I'm going to make sure the players know that. Because top 4 best of 3 is what was decided. So I'll tune into this losers quarterfinal match first. Iski and Sparkle's Reef Band. So what are we going to? Fairyland Band. I missed what the original band was. Because rest maps would be Haylight Maze, Agalta, Intersection, Random Plateaus, Zed, Fault Line. Just check Crow's stream. Oh, he's not showing the lobby. I can't check Crow's stream. Fault Line. What maps are left? Intersection. So that leaves Agalta, Random Plateaus, Zed, Haylight. With maps that I'm not sure what the status of them is. Okay. Zed was banned and Random Plateaus was banned. So it's between Haylight Maze and Agalta. Okay. Random Plateaus wasn't banned, but now it is. So. Oh, and Zed's left. So I didn't miss any bans. Okay. Zed's gone, so it is between Haylight Maze and Agalta, and Crow just lost on Haylight Maze. I don't think Daddy Donald watched that match, though. And yeah, maybe he'll be audacious enough to go up against the Hermit Man on the Hermit map. That worked out for Web Freak. But Daddy Donald lost the last time he played against Crow to Crow's Spider Factory. So I don't think he wants to try again on a map that's even more favorable to spiders. Intersection banned by Daddy Donald pretty early on. Zed, Agalta, Haylight. Let me make sure. So it was Daddy, Crow, DD, Crow, DD band, Intersection, Crow band, Random, DD band, Zed. So it's Crow's band. Oh. There was not a... Was there a Y-vote there? That felt abrupt. Hmm. Daggerman. And Daddy Donald. Yeah. Right up. Is that Engineer Commander? It's greed time. We going Quill first? Are we going Quill first? That's a fine expansion path. I don't love the base Lotus. If Daddy Donald were to go tank, that would be fine. Oh no. Oh no. Shield. Shield start. I don't like this. I do not like this. Convict first. Shield versus Hover. So this is... I think Shield switch is really strong into Hover, but Shield's early game is rough. Bandits coming out. Bandit is so much slower than Dagger. It's really easy for Daggers to just pick off bandits one by one. Daddy Donald going with Commander Bot forward and the less efficient expansion path. Whereas Crow taking his common, the more efficient one. Making unnecessary base Lotus, however. He's going to set him not behind Daddy Donald, because Daddy Donald's waited. You usually want to make 2 metal extractors before your first solar collector. Yeah, in Crow, shooting the ground with his Lotus for mind games purposes. Sure. What would be really strong here is if Daddy Donald can bait those daggers into a snitch. Because if you bait 2 daggers onto a snitch, then it barely does cost. If you bait 3, it makes cost. If you bait 10, you might have won the game. That's not what we're seeing for now. No base Lotus for Daddy Donald. That metal extractor is super dead. Me when I lie. Good use of the Convict Shield. Able to kill a dagger there. Careful. Dagger's dying. Bit of a misplay from Crow. Ahead economically. Factory idle. Now, no longer idling. Daddy Donald's factory. He's e-stalling. Solars, fool. Solars. That's unideal. These bandits over here. 2 daggers into... Why suicide the daggers? Crow not playing very well with the daggers, and that's when Hover Factory wins this matchup. When the shield ball starts coming out, Hover really is going to struggle. Crow also accessing. Both these players really need to make more energy. Crow ahead at expansion. But right now, that's not mattering. 6 bandits, certainly not enough to kill a commander. Crow lost a bunch of daggers, killing nothing. Now, Daddy Donald making the same mistake. So, total value, probably Crow's... No, Daddy Donald's favorite for now. That bandit barely gets the kill on the dagger. All that reclaim goes to Crow, though, so that was not a good trade for Daddy Donald. It wasn't a particularly bad one, but it wasn't a good one. Actually coming out ahead on that bandit versus dagger trade. And first felon is out. Idle Khan. Get expanding. Double felon before any... What is this? Idle commander as well. Eddie Donald really needs to put more APM into his constructors. Also needs to be really careful with this felon not to dump its entire shield into Crow's commander, because that is a good way to get it overrun by these daggers. There are plenty of bandits around, so wouldn't be terrible. Now the thugs are on the way. Still idle commander. Structures are expanding. Caretaker and convict on the factory needs to get more energy. These are only 2.0 metal extractors, however, why not just have the commander make a geo? Well, I mean, getting more solars would fix the energy stall faster. That's why not. Against this many daggers, I would like to see Outlaw. Bandit's not in position. Crow not committing. Going Airfac. What's he going for? Is it Lyco? Is it Thunderbird? Is it Phoenix? Thunderbird would be the correct answer, I feel. Also, Crow with a fusion. Heavy in the economy. Overdrive now putting him ahead of Daddy Donald in economy. Lyco on the way. Daddy Donald playing very cautious. And it's not the play here. So many daggers moving in. Have to avoid the felon. Commander could die. Commander could die here. Yeah. Oof. Does die. Lyco still on the way. 10 seconds away. How's the spread? Daddy Donald could just walk in to Crow's base. It depends on if that Lyco kills him. How bunched up is this army? Felons? Both the felons are way too bunched up. Spread out! He's not looking. This is all the thugs. Felons stay alive. This isn't enough daggers to kill the felons. The felons will... Oh. Me when I lie? Well, more daggers came in. Yikes. Daddy Donald's energy struggle. Intensifying. Because now he's reclaiming, doesn't have storage. The commander, +6 energy. I think Mr. Crow has this. He is accessing. Caretakers were all set to assist the plane factory, so it's not assisting the hover platform now. New shield ball is up. Needs to be really careful with how he balls it. This isn't unthrowable for Crow, especially if he doesn't get these caretakers assisting the right factory. Mass, at this point, abandon the thugs, or not abandon the felons. Switch to Thug Law, because less vulnerable to Lyco. And what are you fighting? You are fighting daggers. If he switches into Scalpel, then felons will still be good. Lyco awaiting the shot. Eddie Donald not with the defenses to deal with these daggers. It is the thing, when you're facing mass dagger, single lotuses, they just get killed without doing any attrition damage. Like they don't kill any daggers. One felon is dead. This felon is going to blow its whole shield on all the daggers, and it's just not enough. If there were an outlaw in this ball, then Daddy Donald would be able to deal with all the daggers. That's not the case. So daggers just get free reign of everything. This convict runs up to get some reclaim. And it is going to get some. It is also going to add to the reclaim. Not rebuild. No Geo yet. No Geo from Crow either. And has partially fixed his caretaker situation. This one's still not on the factory. Another wave of daggers has been finished. Nothing to defend against them. Daddy Donald making his own hovercraft platform. For what? Claymore? Probably not Claymore. Claymore would be cool. It's not going to be Claymore. Factory. I mean, there's a felon here. So daggers shouldn't cause too much more damage. Do kill a caretaker. But do kill a second caretaker, because felon not in position, and dagger hiding behind the Lotus. Felon. One felon taken out. Other felon remains. Outlaws are coming out now. So daggers. They have to be paired with thugs though. Otherwise they just get bursted. Need the thugs to prevent the outlaws from getting bursted down. There is now a Thunderbird out. With only one felon, this shield ball is super vulnerable to Thunderbird. Lining up stun and perfectly lined up. And here come the daggers. Outlaw should get priority targeted. Dead now before most of the daggers went down. Crow just running away with this. So many daggers. Does a mace out? I would have preferred to see Claymore, but that's not what we're getting. This Claymore is just going to get ran over. Yep. Okay. Took a while. Caretakers are dead. Factory not going to die for a while. This Lyco could move in and just bomb that last felon. This seems quite over. Daddy Donald coming into this top 8 with the second best record, falling at 5th place. Where's the resign? Where's the resign? Over platform, still alive for now. This economy, not alive for much longer. Lyco getting ready to deliver the final blow, and that whole shield ball should blow up. Crow, blow up the shield ball. Blow up the shield ball. Okay, Mace stays alive somehow. A little late there. Not super well. Well, okay, fair enough. Daddy Donald really dragging this game out, even though it's clearly over. Next wave of daggers should do it. Yeah, this mace isn't going to be finished in time. This one won't be able to kill more than like 4 of the daggers? 5 of them? Let's see here. 30 daggers into 1 mace. 1. Only 2. I don't think it was retreated away. And there's the GG. Crow moving on into top 4. Winners finals. Web Freak versus Jade Dreamer. This is probably still game 1. Yep. This is still game 1. Jade Dreamer, Hubber Factory, Web Freak, or Robo Factory, Web Freak, Hubber Factory. Dagger Gaming. So many maces, but why make maces into Mr. Dominatrix? Oh, that lance very nearly going down. But but not being microed, it's going to get captured instead. That's not ideal. Alright, and seeing some claymores. Impaler dying. Now we've got shielded Dommy Ball, but Dreamer not committing to the Dommies. Switching into Mass Ravager. Does he just run away with it? That's a Freak's Commander gone. Yeah, it's gotta be a Dreamer win. Yeah. So, pretty sure that this is best of 3. Yeah. Winner bans 3 loser picks from the remainder. Okay. Water 2 and Spider Mirror. Why so afraid of getting wet? Fair enough. Going to fault line. Which spawn are we getting? 3 possible spawns. Okay. This is okay. I don't love the middle spawn. I think that makes for less interesting games, and the platform spawn makes for the most interesting games, but this is okay. So we have Hubbard versus Amp for Dreamer. Strike Commander, Will of the City. Engineer Commander, Wooden Stick. Duck coming out, Conch. So, Raider, then Con versus Con, then Raider. Web Freak should get a very slight economic lead because he's got the Engineer Commander and he went Con first. And also, HyperCon a bit cheaper than AmpCon. AmpCon gets a more than commensurate build power advantage. Tarkin, I open Discord and watch YouTube while playing ZK. Yeah, I do that sometimes. Dagger barely gets out of there, but I think it just runs into this other duck and dies. Nope. Web Freak noticed. We're not getting that dagger out of there. Web Freak needs to win both this game and the next to win this set and advance into Grand Finals winner's side. Dreamer only needs to win this one. Web Freak is certainly expanding a bit better. A duck getting moved into the water for some quick healing. That's 2 daggers lost by Dreamer. Nothing lost on Web Freak's side, or lost by Web Freak, killed by Dreamer. Nothing lost on Dreamer's side yet. Duck should have stayed in the water, but nope. Now it just instantly dies. Yep. Instantly dies. Don't love the picket. I don't love the defensive picket. Lots of daggers. Okay, these ducks are in a really bad position. Daggers moving in. Overrunning. Does lose 1 dagger. I feel like better macro could have avoided that. Dreamer, I feel like, isn't taking advantage of his Strike Commander, because when you are Strike Commander, you are significantly faster than other commanders, especially Engineer Commander. 43.5 versus 36 for Engineer. So to take advantage of that, you really need to be expanding pretty aggressively with your commander. Instead, Dreamer using his commander to build energy. I think that's a waste. Does have scallops coming out. No lobster yet. These daggers should be able to... Yeah, that metal extractor is super dead. And here come the scalpels. Oh, daggers. Bunching up in a really bad position. Loses 3 daggers there due to that. Our Caretaker's exposed. 1 goes down. 2 should also go down. Yep. Khan going to stay up. Commander is right there, so no danger of accessing, but we'll have to set those back up. And it takes ducks so long to catch up to scalpels. The prescript going to be so mad when I lose this game. The what? And Picket going down without getting a second volley off. Lobster is up. That commander needs to be very careful. Triple Sword sees what's going to happen, and I see it too. Lobsters are going to... Scallops lobbed by the lobster. Going to have a fun time. There's going to be a scalpel there to join the party too. Why are you setting up the wind farm before you've built the metal extractors? What are you doing, Web Freak? Dreamer expansion really slow. So Web Freak thinks Commander is very dead unless Dreamer messes up and gets the lobster killed. That's not happening. So that Commander is really dead. I think Web Freak might still be ahead after that. Scallops kind of mislobbed, but Commander dead regardless. Also dead. All the Scallops. Taken down by Scalpels. Scalpels easily tearing them apart. Also a mace is up. Scalp does not have a great time to that. So, economy even. Army value, for now, slight advantage for Dreamer, but that's going to change once that lance is up. Random metal extractor killed by that duck. Careful with the ball. Like to see some buoys coming out. Buoys are in the queue, and oh, we've got backstab strats. Jade Streamer walking the con, the back of Web Freak's base. Quill, not sure if it ever saw the conch. Even if it technically did. Oh, that sucks. Lobster went down. All the scallops are super dead now. Dreamer has one way of winning this game, and that way is very achievable. But I still would not call him favorite. Conch starting to morph because Dreamer had money in that wasn't being spent. And Jin faster than Conch. Conch speed is pretty slow. It is 54. Not that slow. Like, it's a lot faster than Com, but Jin 75. Quite fast. So, but the morph is expensive, and this is a dead conch. What are you doing? What are you doing? Speaking of things that are dead, this commander, Jin needs to start walking over to the factory. Commander probably should walk into the water. No radar. Buoys are on the way, so they should be able to hold this off. But that presupposes that Dreamer is pinging... Well, he doesn't even have radar. This is the first that he's learning of this attack. Whose base is going to go down first? You forgot to move the Jin! What are you doing? No one does it like I do. Laser focused on taking down that lance, but he's losing his base in the process. Mr. Dreamer? Commander is safe. Is he teleporting the commander to the... This game's weird. The Jin is not in position. I don't know what Dreamer is doing. Because the Jin isn't where it's supposed to be. He's just giving up his base. And I do not feel confident about his position after this base trade. No. Commander, okay. Army has been moved. Jin, not where it's supposed to be. I think Dreamer assumed that after the Jin finished morphing from the conch, it would inherit the conch's old move queue, but that is not how it works. Army out of position. Is it really just waiting for that one? This army is half lobster. What are you doing here? I have questions. I think the answer to them is that Jade Streamer loses. He could do a chain lob, which would be really funny. And get all the way into Webfree space. The bottom line is that Dreamer is now he's going to lose his base, and he's going to kill Webfreak's base, and then Webfreak is going to rebuild his base, and Jade Streamer is not going to be able to rebuild his. Okay, bringing the commander along. Sure, why not? Webfreak has this thing called economy, and Dreamer does not. What are you doing? Why? Are you going to make a new ant factory in the water? What's the plan? If that fusion goes up, Dreamer runs the risk of losing a bunch of stuff. You gotta attack. What are you doing? I wonder what Webfreak is thinking right now, because he has to realize that something is up. He has to realize that there is a lot of unaccounted for value. And the value accounted for, okay. Fusion wasn't finished enough to... Oh, that commander is in danger of going down. There are double lance up. I think what Dreamer should be hoping for here is that Webfreak, seeing his base is lost, will just resign in a winning position. He also needs to make a new base. Okay. Starting. And back into the water. Base partially destroyed. The factory's gone. Economy, still alive. Still alive. Blood Factory on the way. Caretakers, what are you doing? Unit AI issue. Okay, Dreamer realizes he messed up. This winner's final is now tied 1-1. Okay, final game of winners finals, random plateaus, and this layout, not so much plateaus and a lot of water. And Web Freak, watch what your commander is doing. Okay. That's an annoying bug on this map. Doesn't happen with 100% consistency, I think, but it does happen a lot where commanders spawn and assisting the factory instead of doing their build queue. So, not ideal. Probably bigger nerf for me than any other player on the ladder, given how much I use those build queues. In the pregame, Dreamer going the opposite mistake that most players make. Usually you see mech solar, mech solar, mech solar, when optimal is mech, mech solar, mech solar, solar. Instead, Dreamer going mech, mech, solar, 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 and e-stalling hard as a result. Web Freak going to be a bit ahead. Still got Wooden Stick from Web Freak and from Dreamer. Today we summon Reef. There's certainly a nice pond to summon a Reef in. Putting volley, one duck killing one glaive at the cost of its own life. That's not hovercraft platform. Dreamer surprised by the Cloakbot Factory. But Cloakbot Factory, wise choice here. Not an amazing opening fight from Dreamer. 2 ducks at the cost of 2 glaives, but the ducks a bit pricier. Expansion also faster from Web Freak. Dreamer is going for a nice bit of tidal farm in the water though. Nice cheap energy. Lots of Dreamer's going hard for overdrive this game. See how that works out. Has more than evened out that earlier combat record. Idle Fac printing out glaives. Yeah, glaive duck is not unwinnable for glaive, but it goes for whichever side is microwaving better, and default to ducks if neither side is microwaving. Lotus here. Not able to prevent 2 glaives from going down. More glaives coming out. The thing about ducks is that they don't have a lot of damage per second. They rely on getting a good alpha strike in. So, not the fastest raider at cleaning up expansions. Dreamer pulling back. But those ducks were in Radar Shadow. Only just now, Web Freak finding out about them. Glaive's too slow to respond, so that metal extractor very, very dead. Solar, not dead. And in fact, these ducks prioritizing the solar, causing the glaives to get away scot-free. Web Freak taking the lead in the attrition very, very slightly. These ducks coming in piecemeal are going to die piecemeal. Probably without killing anything. Yep. That's a very slow port creep from Web Freak, delaying his expansion. And Lotus is fine. I don't like the pickets. I don't like the pickets. These glaives streaming in to their deaths. If they're not retreated, which I don't think they are going to be. I don't think Web Freak is paying enough attention. Some of them can get away. Some of them can get away. That didn't happen. Wow. Not sure how that glaive Houdini'd its way out of there, but it does live. Getting an upgrade. Fascinating. Where's that upgrade? I don't see him morph. Oh, he's switching out of Ducks and into Archer? I don't like that. I don't think that it does enough for you, and it increases your weakness tremendously. It's going to tear through these glaives, so fair, but I think... Yeah, Ducks wouldn't have done it at no losses. But Archer's kind of going to be dead weight afterwards. This one should really hop into the water so that it can get some free heal, free repair in. Oh, I don't like Knight here. There is the only unit that Amph has that I think Knight is a good solution to is Scallop. Especially Lobbed Scallop, which you might not want to use Ronin as much against. Is this commander dead? Triple Lotus. Commander needs to fall back. Even with the double Lotus, even with that, the commander is very dead. If Dreamer decides to kill it, which he is, Drexy Lotus is just going to die in the commander explosion. Ducks mostly live. Only 880 value lost. The thing about the Knights is that the pushing in, they present a problem. But like, Reavers would do the same thing and do it more effectively. Because these Knights are just going to get overwhelmed by the Ducks. This plan is not all it's quacked up to be. Ducks are going down, however, the Knights are also dead now. That Archer died to friendly fire. So that's 1300 to 1400. Even trade. Reavers would have been a positive value trade. No, you're energy stalling, Web Freak. Why are you going Phantom when you're energy stalling? It is expanding nicely. Dreamer's expansion a bit slower, however, he has the big tidal farm. No stall for him. And this expansion is dead. Dreamer feeling very confident in his position. With good reason, but this is not unthrowable. So I think he should still play seriously. Not that making a starter would be unserious, but I certainly don't think it's needed to close out this game. Here's the Phantom of E-Stall. Waves coming out. There is stuff to raid. Not that much. This layout, only 4 metal extractors. And oh, so much economy from Web Freak going to be killed here. I'd like to see a radar. Like to see some turret creep. That is not happening. It's duck. Still just hiding in the pond. That is not my experience in that matchup, Fateful Sword. There is a Stardust here, so that's a serious problem for these archers pushing in. Neither player attempting to expand up to here yet. Dreamer going to have his conch die to Lotus here. Did that Phantom friendly fire zone team's Ronin, I think. That's still. Yeah. So many dead archers. That one somehow escaping. Ducks moving in. But there's a Stardust. So goodbye, Ducks. Web Freak really needs to expand up here, get this reclaim. Those archers cleaned up. And here come the buoys. Now it's glaive spam time. We have Shield Factory on the way. So many buoys, and not enough glaives to deal with them. Glaives going the wrong way. Ronin pushing into here could be really strong. Because Ronin tend to beat bulkheads in my experience. But I think Dreamer's got this. I don't think Web Freak has any way of winning this game back. Stinger will be finished in time to defend against the buoys. Conjurer dying. And Stinger, I mean, Web Freak can, or Dreamer can just get out of the Stinger. He doesn't even need to kill it. He will kill it. Shield Factory. That single bandit sure did just dodge 2 phantom shots. Love to see that. But yeah, bulkhead's dead. It's factory doing nothing. But how does Web Freak deal with all these buoys? Like, this commander is dead. It's also kind of irrelevant. Why are you moving the Ronin in so that they suicide? Put them on fight. What are you doing? Yeah, commander's dead. Doesn't matter. Because how do you stop all these buoys? And I think the answer is you don't. Like, this is just critical mass where even though glaives are pretty good at dodging blue shots, there's too many to dodge. They just get hit, and they die. Can Dreamer make new buoys faster than Web Freak's Phantoms can kill them? There's Phantom, 15-second reload. How long? 10 seconds per buoy. So as long as there's 2 Phantoms, then Web Freak can kill the buoys faster than Dreamer can replace them. Dreamer is toying. There's the reef. But the reef won't be finished in time because here is death. Assuming the Dreamer feels like an end of the game now, which maybe he doesn't. Probably. I mean, you can make the meme reef. Why not? Why not make the meme reef? You have cons, so you should really be... If I could select the cons. 2 cons, but they should be over here reclaiming this. Or over down here reclaiming this. But... Web Freak. Surrendering, Reef not getting finished in time. Dreamer moves on to Grand Finals. Web Freak will be in Losers Finals. We have Zorik versus Crow in Losers Semifinals. Winner of that will face against Web Freak. Losers semi-finals, losers finals, grand finals. Pro should be setting up the new room shortly. Yep, there it is. Okay. Crow versus Zorik. Haven't watched any of Zorik's games so far this tournament. Not a player I think I'd ever seen around before either. Have I ever been in a match with them? Zorik. Spirit 98. I've been in 3 Teams All Welcome games, all on the 23rd of May. Alright. Yeah, I got farmed. But they were all no elo, so doesn't matter. Oops. Let's see. Z is key, Halite Reef, Fairyland, Fault Line, Intersection. Oh, as the playing on Intersection over random plateaus. Okay. Crow versus Zork. Crow with Engineer Commander, Bird Up, and Spider Factory, Blueprint Venom. Zork, Recon Commander, Jump Up Factory. Commander, it's just the generic Recon. Sure. It's a fleas, but only positioning them in this center diagonal. None of them going close to Zork's space. We'll have really good vision. With these fleas, I'd really like to set them on selection rank 2 so that I don't accidentally select them with my army later. Don't think Crow has done that. Weaver is out, not doing anything yet. And Idle Factory. Where are your Venoms? On the way. First Pyro moving in. 1 Pyro beats 1 Venom. It does not beat 2. Pyro waiting to jump in. And won't get the chance. Instantly stunned. Crow needs to be careful. Okay, avoided getting his own Venom stunned. Pyro jumping in. Commander in position to intercept, but too slow to do so. Pyro, however, that Lotus isn't under, neither of those things going to die to Afterburn. Not the Lotus, not the Metal Extractor. And already with moderators from Zora. That's so quick. I don't like it. Because when you go mass moderator versus spiders, you are asking to get fleed. And there are fleas already in the field. 2 fleas beat 1 moderator, 50 metal versus 240 metal. Constable from Zork expanding up to here, but Crow already expanding up to there. Made a Threxium X before making a Lotus. Should finish the Metal Extractor now? Yes. Going with a Solar, this is really good wind. This is, it's max wind. It's 1.0 wind. There's no reason to ever, well, the Solar is less rateable than the wind, and you are against Pyro Factory, but a Pyro beats a Lotus. So, no, I don't agree with the Solar instead of the wind. I don't think it makes sense. Moderator does get a kill, but it did not make cost. And Venoms, if you don't have critical mass of Moderator, they lose to Venoms pretty badly. If you do have critical mass, then the Venoms can just never get in range of the Moderators. That's not the case. Constable being hunted down by the Venoms, and it's just walking into a Lotus. There is no way for that Constable makes it out alive. Presumably it just, it just dies to the Lotus. Pick your poison. And it did. Which was death to the turret. Venom from Crow, taking down that metal extractor. Lotus is being constructed. Will be finished before that Venom can move in there. But 3 Venoms versus a Lotus? No contest. Venom has been slowed. So, might die to the Lotus? No, Lotus is perma-stunned. Venom lives. Barely. And Moderator walking into a red bat gave me a constant depression. Oh, the lack of wind. Yeah, where's the wind? Where's the wind? Placeholder is out, walking into its death to please. And Puppy's running to their deaths. Yeah. Puppy I don't think has a place in this matchup because can't effectively get in range to attack Venoms. That happened because of poor micro. And they don't make cost against fleas. Later on, if you're facing like mass recluse that aren't escorted, Puppy probably works better than Pyro into that. But into Hermit, Puppy doesn't make cost. It's 180 metal in Puppies to kill a Hermit, assuming that none of them get killed before they get in range. 145 metal to make a Hermit. So Locust is out, and it just immediately runs into a redback and dies. Yeah, this is over. This is over very quickly. Still one more game, but Zorik will have to do a lot better than they did in this one to get even a third game, let alone a trip to losers finals. Redback taking out that Locust, no problem. What is there to deal with for Venoms and Redback? There are 2 moderators, 3 moderators, and a Picket, and a Locust. So I don't think Crow will be able to wipe Zorik off the map yet. Soon. Commander alive for now. Really vulnerable. And Mr. Hermit has started spamming Hermits. 12 of them, 11 of them so far. 1 under construction. Moderator, I mean, how many moderator shots to kill a Hermit? 1550 HP versus 460 damage. So that's going to be 4 moderator shots to kill a Hermit. That is to kill it in 1 Alpha Strike. That is like 1,000 metal to kill 145 metal. That's not ideal. Proxy Spider Factory. Why? This game, not close. Spider Factory, dead. Moderators taking down all those Venoms. They cannot stop what is coming. So many hermits. There are 8 moderators, so that is 2 hermits per alpha strike that they can kill. Maybe they can stop what's coming. 27 HP. Yeah. Okay. Where are the recluses? Or, well, I don't get the air switch because you're against moderator factory, and moderator super effective into bombers. Commander. Okay, that's another thing I don't get. I do not get light particle beam upgrade on a recon commander. Like, with recon commander, you can jump, you can extend the range of ballistic. I can't pull up the available upgrades right now. But you can extend the range of ballistic weapons, which is going to be shotgun, and it's going to be heavy machine gun, which heavy machine gun typically what you see recon commander upgraded to. Light particle beam, I don't think it's doing anything. That is a lot of fleas. Why the... Yeah, Zort doing his Vax cosplay. Going with the 3rd factory. You think, why are you spamming hermits? I guess the theory would be that you have all this metal in moderator, so... Oh, it's going to be Thunderbird. Thunderbird stuns a single moderator. That's why you don't go air into moderator factory. But the problem is that the moderators are all out of position to deal with all these hermits. Like, you want... Well, I didn't really know what angle you want him to be in. His commander... Pro accessing. Working on fixing that. Getting up caretakers. Still not putting any wind up on the platforms. I don't know what's up with that. Not doing great on attrition. That commander can jump away. It should not die here. It might die here, but it shouldn't. So many moderators. Please coming out. I don't agree with puppy time. I don't think so. Puppies just don't trade efficiently into anything. Yeah, Crow trying to be all fancy with it. I mean, Lyco makes sense. You can get a good hit in, kill like 6 moderators in one go. No real risk. Pyro, not in position. Pyro just leaving all the moderators to die, because why not? It's Pyro running away is like the moment in any movie where the villain, the secret villain, betrays the good guys by running away the last time. I say any movie, but the examples of that are coming to mind are video games. Nonetheless. Hello, dead Phoenix. Is Phoenix not dead? Does get off a bombing run. There were enough moderators to kill it. They just weren't quite in the right position. Trident? I don't like that. And here come all the fleas. All the fleas. Commander is on the front lines though. So the flea's not actually able to do anything. Stop getting fancy with it, Crow. Just make recluse. Make recluse. Instead, Crow also going on his backside with a third factory. Gunships for what? Blast wings? I can see blast wings. And Zork's the one making recluse instead. Finish off the game! Finish off the game! There's no reason for this to still be going on. Just make recluse. I haven't been paying attention to chat. Yeah. Are the fleas making costs? I doubt it. Oh, Crow. Sure, sure. Why not? Why not? Okay, it's only one gnat. If there was multiple gnats, then... If Zork put everything into gnats, then something really funny could happen. But it's only one gnat, so... Nope. No need to worry. Nothing funny is in danger of happening. Phoenix gets away. Lyco bombing the commander. The commander is just going to run away. I don't know. I would love to peek inside Zork's mind here and figure out the logic behind one Trident, one Gnat, infinite build key. Did he misclick? What is happening there? I don't get it. Crow has produced a Crow. Headed straight for Zork's base. No, it's not. Me when I lie. Headed straight for directly due south of where it was made. Then presumably going to head into Zork's base. Taking the scenic route there, but getting there nonetheless. Phoenix comes in and doesn't die because the moderators used their shots on something else. And there were a bunch of... Zork has a bunch of moderators that went over there. What you're claiming is energy stalling. Should be rebuilding these metal scratchers, should be getting more energy. Well, should be getting a bunch of gnats to counter this Crow. That's not happening. Does have two gnats. There's no universe in which two gnats are able to stun a Crow. There is no universe. I think it's just a resign. I think it's just a resign here. Gnats are dead. Where's the resign? Where's the resign? Where's the resign? Wow. Fully slowed Crow. Where's the resign? And it's hermit mode. It's hermit mode. Here comes the Lyco, getting another shot off. Not getting hit. Not with moderators, at least. Why? I don't think it even hit. Why waste the Lyco on Tridents? And Crow just getting healed up. Moderators finally dying. New spider factory is up. New jump up factory is on the way. Not on the way. Economy. Down goes the radar. Radar cannot talk tonight. It is 1:30 in the morning. It makes some manner of sense that I cannot talk. Nonetheless, yeah, this game is over. I don't know why Zorik is dragging things out. We've still got another game this round. I don't know. Some players are going to get tired here. Web Freak, Dreamer, North Americans, they're getting tired. Crow is in Japan. He ain't getting tired. Not anytime soon. It's like, it's like 4 in the afternoon. So. I assume he's not going to get tired. Yeah, this game is over. Why, sure, Starlight. Yeah, that game could have, the resign there could have happened 8 minutes ago. Next. It's not Zorik who is bans, it's Crow. Crow needs to do some bans. Oh. Thought that was best of 3. I thought it was top 4 best of... Huh? Huh. Okay. Kinda odd to do best of 3, best of 1, best of 3. But I don't think the outcome of that game 2 would have really been in doubt. Nonetheless, that was best of 3. Guess I was wrong. So here we go. Rematch between Crow and Web Freak. From their winners game. I somehow imagine we are not going to hit Maze this time. And if we are, Crow's just going to be more careful and not get his factory stunned in the first 2 minutes for no reason. There's probably a really dumb rush that you can do with a Widow on a Spider Fact just to lock down their Spider Fact. and force a bunch of metal excess. I don't know. Wouldn't work if they're an NG-com, because they can just spam out army with their commander. Zed, Reef, Iski, Fairyland. There's Web Freak banning Hillette Maze this time. Okay. What remains? Intersection, Fault Line. Is it just... What else? Yeah. It expands, so intersection, fault line, and I think one more map. Let's see here. Where's the link? I have the link. Dreamer missed the memo, apparently. It didn't let me send. Losers finals of the Lobster Roll Arcadian happening now at Let me see. Send it in the Discord. That works. Return to battle. Okay. So Web Freak versus Crow. Web Freak going cover factory. And Guardian Commander, you. Crow going rovers with Engineer Commander Bird Up. Default blueprint of Scorcher. Hasn't changed the default blueprint. Going with the Sneaky Con down here. Copying me? Probably not. I don't think Crow watches that many 1v1s. Idle Factory. What you gonna make? Web Freak might find out that con. It did go for the Lotus before a metal extractor, so it will be fine even if it's found out. Going for another con. I don't love that. Where are the Scorchers? They aren't. Fencer. Okay. Sure, makes sense. Fencer does beat Dagger for cost. The problem is that it's really easy for Daggers to get a cost favorable engagement due to their speed advantage. But Fencers are good for forcing engagements if the Daggers do not have a cost favorable one. That's one Dagger killed. Should be, yeah. Doing a nice job hiding to prolong its life. But that was never going to work forever, and its luck has ran out. Web Freak still clueless about Crow's second expanding con. However, even so, Crow's expansion a bit behind Web Freak's. Might change now since he's expanding with 2 cons and his commander. Inefficient build path with his commander, however. So, Web Freak going with the efficient one up the top. I'm big down eco. You are down, but not by that much. The current gap in metal used, it's even. It's even, actually. It's even. It's not perfectly even. It is 50. Less than that. Lotus is up, however, 4 daggers. Fairly sure that's enough to kill a Lotus. Not without taking losses, however. Especially if all the daggers go for the metal extractor instead of the Lotus. And the Lotus is being healed. It will die. Dagger alive with 3 HP. Mason dying. That Lotus will clean up the rest of these daggers. And this is a lot of fencers. Mace coming out from Web Freak. Not the right answer for fencer. Claymore would be better. Not amazing either, but would be better than Mace. Right answer? Halberd. Web Freak's commander is in trouble. Crow is not Dreamer, so not going for Dominatrix. Even though Web Freak's commander is extremely dominatrixable? Domable. Level 3 commander being morphed. Is this a Trollcom? What does this commander have on it? Riot Cannon, Companion Drone, and now it's getting a Battle Drone. Probably 2 Battle Drones, I imagine. Which is not a good trade, especially not against Spencer. It does seem to be going for it. Mace out now, going to start taking down some Fencers. But going to be limited pretty heavily by line of fire. Second Mace move again. How many fencers will it kill? Didn't kill that one. Only 1. Yikes. Where are the halberds? Not coming. And Trollcom nearly finished morphing. I imagine we'll see 2 battle drones. No battle drones. Instead, it's rocket launcher, napalm warhead. Rocket launcher, not enough range to deal with these fencers. Napalm rocket launcher, 430 range. Fencer is 600. Actually, it's 600 solid. Even. Halberds are on the way, however, I think they're a bit late. Crow expanding pretty nicely. Does have an idle commander. Just kind of fusion instead of the Geo. Fair enough. I would prefer to go for Geo, but the fusion isn't a terrible choice. Does have more build power to put on it. Really, instead of either, there should be some Solaris first so that he gets out of the energy stall before anything else. That is not enough halberds. Put all your metal into something that loses to Fencer. And, well, do that, don't be surprised when you do in fact lose to Fencer. They just keep coming. Halberds are out now, so they are doing a pretty good job cleaning them up. One halberd going to die? Not even. Another set of fencers attacking down south. No stinger, just lotuses that... well, they're wasting a lot of time killing a solar. Now time for the other roadmap. 3 Ravager, 1 Ripper. Very nice composition, like it a lot. My one note would be to throw a dart in there. Or more than one dart. A couple darts in there. No radars from Crow, so letting Web Freak expand up here. Web Freak, what are you making? You are making Lance. Lance? Every 20 seconds, you kill one fencer. 20 seconds? What's Lance reload time? 23 seconds. Every 23 seconds, you kill one fencer. That's 125 value, 145 value. Every 23 seconds. And Crow can replenish that with 58 economy about every bit over every 2 seconds. That ain't gonna work. That ain't gonna cut it. Trollcom dies to Ravagers. It'll get a good amount of damage in against them, but it will die to the Ravagers. Oh, Lance nearly killing 2 fencers. They just keep creeping closer, closer. Commander has Scorcher Blueprint, so it can't print out fencers. Lance is not set to. Always turn that off. In fact, here's how to make your lances a lot better. So you space click the lance, edit behavior, overkill prevention, not overkill, avoid bad targets. Set it to that. Fire at radar should never be checked. Make sure that's off. Phantom should have the same thing done. Trollcom gets 3 rockets off. These Ravagers are burned, but they're still more than enough to just roll into Web Freak's base. Crow, avenging his earlier loss, still needs one more game to really seal it, however, getting to grand finals against Dreamer. But solidly taking that first game. Web Freak really going to need to step it up if he doesn't want to be eliminated at 3rd place. Hello, 64-bit dragon in the chat. Yes. Top 8 started about 3 hours ago. So huh? I don't know what Dreamer's talking about. So, is Key Reef and Haylight Maze banned by Crow? Where is Web Freak taking us? No, I'm not gonna say that. That's mean. We're all up too late because it's nearly 2 a.m. for me. Yeah, the Europeans aren't up too late. 64-bit Dragon isn't up too late. C probably only just woke up. going to Fault Line. Bird up, Engineer Commander for Crow. Are we going hover? What's the factory? Yep, we're going hover. And Web Freak, I'm going to take a wild guess and say that he's going hover. That's his Guardian Commander. Yep, hover mirror. Ready for dagger spam? I say that neither player is queued. What the? It'd be really funny if we get a hover mirror without any daggers. I don't think that's what's going to happen. In large part because hover mirror without any daggers is just scalpel spam. Okay, 1 bolus, 2 bolus, 3 bolus. So many daggers are coming out for Crow. None for Web Freak. Lots of bolus. And Commander assisting the factory. Okay. No, still assisting the factory. Expand, bro. 3 bolus is not a rush. If you're rushing in this scenario, then you make a mace. And you make it first thing and you send it. It would already be like, well, it would be like here. 4 a.m. for Rando Commando. You freak. JH3. Steel Blue is having fun with it. Crow, with that early quill, sending it off onto the platform. Make some eco. Quite a ways ahead. Well, quite a way, 2 income ahead. 2 income? That's a lot early game. And Bolus is suiciding into a commander? Nope, micro back. 1 goes down, however. They can run around. Surely they don't just kill Crow's factory, right? Careful. This could get interesting in a stupid way. Easily. No, why are you killing the metal extractor? You're... Okay. Interesting in a stupid way has been avoided. Instead, we just have Bullets dying stupidly without killing anything. But, I mean, they killed a metal extractor. That's not nothing. But for the amount of reclaim that you just deposited in Crow's base, that's 3 Willises lost with a dagger and 2 daggers. 2 daggers and a metal extractor lost. For 3 Willises. That's not great. Crow's own raid in Web Freak's backline didn't kill anything either. So Crow actually behind in attrition. Nonetheless. Threxy Mexy. I guess he is e-stalling. It makes sense. Your hover on a map with water, you can make a tidal farm. That wouldn't be gridding, so it makes sense what he's doing. Big wave of daggers. Crow should see all this on his radar. 1 Lotus is up. 1 Lotus is being bypassed. 2nd Lotus has been up for a long time. Focus it down. 1 dagger lost. 2 daggers going to die. Yeah. Could have limited the losses to 1. maybe to none with optimal targeting. Optimal targeting was not applied. Lotus should die. That's a situation where you want to briefly turn your daggers to hold fire. Then once they've fired at the Lotus, turn them off, hold fire. All those daggers lost. Crow takes the lead in attrition. Loses 3 metal extractors for it, but gets a ton of reclaim. And we have maces. No, we don't. We have a mace. We have potential for more maces. More maces on the way. What freak? Making a quill to avoid going into excess, because that is 150 metal. That he had room for some of it in his storage, but he still accessed. Yeah, 100 excess there. Not ideal. And Commander is making a Lotus. Already level 2, working on level 3. And he's going level 3 so that he can go level 4. Mace is out, not doing anything. Lots of daggers are out, also not doing much, but they are providing intel at least. Crow only getting radar from his commander. Webfreak with the radar over here. And yeah, that's one area where Webfreak is playing better than Crow. Has 2 radars up. Mace still on the way. And huh? That is not a 3 isolated wind jet. What are you doing? Crow's still not going for all this reclaim up here. But expansion definitely looking a lot better than Webfreak's. Territory control looking a lot better. Expansion, it's better, but it's not as good as you'd expect from the territory control that is being fixed up now. We have all these quills expanding. So Crow's economy is about to explode. In fact, he needs to get his caretaker unit AI moment. This is not what you want the caretakers to be doing. Why are they reclaiming energy when you are accessing metal? And you have more energy than metal. What is happening there? Kind of sucks to access due to poor unit AI. Happens sometimes. Crow certainly knows where Webfreak's commander is because he has all those drones wandering over and dying. Keeping his ducks in a Crow. That joke doesn't work. There is no amphibious factory. Lance coming out from Webfreak. Scalpel spam coming out from Crow. Also a mace. Webfreak doing some reclaim. But expansion definitely not as good as Crow's. Factory only 30 build power on it with a nearly 60 metal economy. That quill, it's good that it's not reclaiming because if it were, it would be going into excess. Cloaklet Factory coming out. I don't love that. What would you be going cloaks for in this matchup, Phantom? That's really it. Okay, this Trollcom. Why is it morphing again? What is happening? Is he going for battle drones now? I don't know. Factory has been abandoned. Which, yeah, good call. Your commander's just dead. Commander from Webfreak, I mean, it lost the position, but the commander should be plenty fine. Scalpel, 440 range, it is inevitably... Maybe, I would think it would get itself caught. Oh, that's a dead Lance. Commander's dead, so is Lance. Mace, really bad targeting. Loses a scalpel for no reason there. As a consequence. Crow really behind in attrition. Commander still morphing. Do we have battle drones on the way? That's the question. Commander should be able to move in and get some hits in. I thought it was 430 range on... Oh, wait, it's not rocket, it's riot cannon. It's napalm riot cannon, not napalm. Oh, well that's an ideal. Why napalm riot? What are you doing? What is bro doing? Okay, it's level 5 with battle drones on the way. Okay. Even the companion drones are proving an issue for scalpels. Mace really needs to move forward. And there's the battle drone. The mace should outrange the... Yeah, maces can just kill it. Why did you go... Why did Web Freak go... Riot Cannon instead of Rocket? What are you doing there? That comm should have been perfectly fine versus that army. If it had gone rockets, it would have been. But nope. Riot Cannon dies to mace that it doesn't outrange. That's a lot of... Okay, Web Freak's favorite and value killed. Why was the fusion over there? That's a weird spot to put the fusion. So, commanders for both teams up, or commanders for both players are down. Web Freak investing a lot more. Still, making more metal than Crow. Now he's not. He doesn't have enough scalpels. He doesn't have enough at his base. That's out of position. Has a storage. It's going to die. Scalpels coming out and immediately getting killed. I think Crow has this in the bag. Has magpies. Very was thinking that Crows were sworn that. Nope, magpies are on the way. Okay, well that scalpel's just dead. And Crow, reclaim the stinger. He's not reclaiming the stinger. Oh well. Crow taking this game over Web Freak pretty handily. Like, Web Freak just doesn't have scalpel numbers. Claymore, okay. What is Claymore doing for you in this position? Like, it loses to Mace and it loses to Scalpel. I like Claymore. I advocate using Claymore more in a lot of situations. This is not one of them. Just pure Scalpel is the way. Just... maybe magpies? I'm not sure. Yeah, the Crow has a ton of tricks with how he uses his magpies. I didn't really see evidence of those tricks there, and he is not, wait. He doesn't have the energy. He just doesn't have the energy. Start solar spamming. Get out of that E-stall. That's not happening. Why is that stinger getting finished? What happened? Why? Doesn't matter, but... Oh, there's Crow realizing that his fusion died. I would have thought that he would have realized it when it made a big boom when it died. Maybe Crow plays with sound off, I don't know. So I don't think his stream has any game audio. Could check it right now. I think Web Freak misclicked, because why are there flails? Huh? Just a wee bit confused. Okay, new fusion getting produced. Gonna be ready in 30 seconds. Presumably after that, air pad will be made. Yeah. Make win. Also, title. Yeah. I really don't like waiting for the fusion. Or even making the fusion really in the first place is kind of unnecessary. Oh well. Magpie spam is a go now. Fusion is up. Needs to get more build power in the base. And he is. Hubbard's not doing terribly. Is going for lances. War Freak's economy isn't terrible. Is this game winnable if you put like me or Gotta in Web Freak's gave one of us control of Web Freak right now? Maybe. Can Web Freak win it? I really don't think so. Magpie's just going to hunt down all the lances. Yep. Deleted. That's what the pillows are for. I'm working against all the magpies. Even so, Crow should just win this off of attrition. He doesn't need to make any. He can just mono spam scalpels, a couple claymores, and win. Probably. What would the factory switch be to really finish this off? I think Rover or Ravager would work really well. Another option would be going tank for Blitz, because Blitz are really the win harder factory. Magpie Strike going in against that Stinger. 7 Magpies. Just barely enough. Loses a Magpie in the process, but that may cost. Crow's position here kind of surrounded, but I think it's just too high value for it to matter. Like, a lot of this army value is in flails. There's no danger of Crow losing this. It's over. I missed how the lances died, but they did die. Well, I missed how the second lance died. The first one was killed by magpies. And Mace might just be able to walk in now. Yeah. This game dragged out longer than it needed to be, but solid win in the end for Crow. Yeah, this plays to Crow's advantage, this game taking longer. Because Dreamer's also getting tired. Crow needs to win. Well, if he wins these next 4 games in a row, he wins the tournament. Going to see Crow win his own tournament? What's Crow's ELO at? Let's take a look here. Crow. Did he set the rating just... Hold up. That's before the tournament. Yeah. So before today, Crow's match made ELO. It probably was below 2,300 before the tournament began, but 20. Did Crow set the minimum rating to be just high enough that he could play? And not minimum rating, maximum rating. Be just high enough that he could play and win his own tournament? I think there's a conspiracy afoot. Yeah, he's not winning it for free. He should have lost a game that he won in Swiss. And he did drop to Web Freak in winners. But he's gotten his revenge. Now in grand finals against Mr. J.H. Dreamer. BRB, while these players are figuring out what map they're going to play on. Did they just gentlemen's to intersection? Sure. Okay, grand finals of the Lobster Roll New Beginnings Summer Arcadian 2026. Coming from winners J.H. Dreamer, going Rovers, with Strike Commander Will of the City. And his opponent, Crow, going Spiders with the Engineer Commander Bird Up and default blueprint of Venom. These players already faced in the Swiss phase of the tournament. Crow won that pretty handily. Was a bit of a silly game. That was on Agalta. So that was Hover versus Rover. Now we've got Spider versus Rover. Crow needs to win 2 games in this best of 3 and 1 more best of 3 to win the tournament. Since he is getting here after being eliminated or being sent to losers by Web Freak earlier on, getting his revenge against Web Freak to get into grand finals. Dreamer only needs to win 1 best of 3. 2 games out of 3 here, or 2 games out of 3 in the next one. Thing is that it is late in America. I don't know where in America Dreamer is. For me, in the least lived in time zone in the US, it is well, in the continental US, it's 2 a.m., 2:13. Dreamer might be a little earlier than that, might be a bit later than that. Whereas for Crow, it's like 5 in the evening, 1700 in Nihon. So definitely the longer this goes, the better Crow's play should be relative to JH Dreamer's. Neither player doing any expansion into the corner platforms yet. Dreamer hasn't moved his commander out of his base yet. I've said this before in this tournament. I don't like going a strike commander and then just building energy in your base. I think that's a job for a con. Your commander should be expanding, especially if you are a strike commander and you are particularly fast at expanding and able to defend yourself. If you are going to be spending all that time building energy in your base, I think just go engineer a commander. JH Dreamer going with lots of Scorchers, lots of darts. Is it a 1-1 ratio? Is that no, it's okay, it is 1-1. He just has 2 and 2 for some reason. I don't. Why not just Q1-1? I don't get it. Big vehicle force from JH Dreamer. Whereas Crow going with Mono Venom. And like what Crow's going for a lot better in this matchup. Because how do you push into Venoms with Scorcher Dart? Unless you have a really insane advantage in army value, the answer is you don't. The answer is you get stunned. And Scorcher is particularly bad against Venom because the stun prevents the Scorcher from getting in range where it can get its damage in with the heat ray, so it's stuck doing very little damage. Crow expecting Fencers, going for an air plant, but nope, no Fencers. Not that a Phoenix isn't very good against Scorcher. It's very good against Scorcher as well. But Fencer spam would have been the answer. Fencers are on the way now. Kinda late. Dreamer doing no work to ensure that Crow isn't on the platforms. Didn't need to do work to ensure that before, but does now. Can Scorchers get up there? Yes. They're slowed down on this ramp, but they can navigate it just fine. Mason getting tagged by the flea, but no danger of dying. Not to the flea. Danger of dying to the Venoms, danger of dying to the commander. And... Huh? What? What died? Huh? I'm confused. I'm very confused. What did... On. Okay. Yikes. Lot of value lost in Scorcher in those raids. Nothing killed. Radar killed. That's not nothing. It's not much. Dreamer accessing. No production on his factory. And Phoenix comes in. Scorchers are cooked. Extremely cooked. Any maneuvering to avoid being cooked? Nope, no. Maneuvering came late and I think only got them hit by more bombs, not less. 1,000 value destroyed. Yep. 1,040. Lots of... Crow has a hard time pushing. Because... Well, it's only one Ripper. You can push into one Ripper with Venoms easily. Venoms here can move in, destroy that. Dreamer doing switch into Dominatrix, but you've already seen that there are Phoenixes. Maybe Crow wasn't expecting that, or maybe he was expecting Dominatrix. More Scorchers easily cleaned up. Spencer's seizing the center, however, that's not what's important. This commander could just die here. It is a strike commander, but it hasn't been upgraded. Yeah, that commander is dead. There's nothing to save it. Fencers will not get there in time. This certainly won't get there in time. This commander might get captured by a Dominatrix. But even if that happens, it can just be bombed. There's a Phoenix. The commander. Not the commander, but the Dominatrix. Some very cookable fencers. We were realizing, but they still all get cooked. And short order, yeah. Leads to the Venoms as well. Venoms did get cooked themselves. One of them dying to the afterburn. Got a rating force of 4 Rippers and 2 Dominatrices. That'll just get bombed after this Phoenix rearms and this one is finished. This is not a good position for Jade Streamer. There's nothing to counter the Phoenixes. No crashers on the field. Not even in his build queue. No crashers. Gotta be careful with these Venoms. Don't lose them for no reason. You lost them for no reason. And here comes the bombing run. And that's so much army value gone. Where are the crashers? Nowhere. Crow? Accessing a bit. I don't know why he's allergic to building winds on these top platforms. Only 30 build power in his base. Well, 30 build power being used. Does have 40. But Airplane Plant is inactive. Fencer coming out, but it's going to get killed by the Recluse. And at this point, Dreamer could just, or not Dreamer, Crow could just go Hermit Spam. Mr. Hermit, where are your Hermits? Not in use. That's where they aren't. Phoenix being kept back. Okay, now it's about to be used. It's captured, however. Is this dominatrix cooked? Huh? Oh, I think Dreamer just self-destructed the Phoenix. That makes sense. And that Phoenix not captured that time. How does Dreamer deal with the Recluse? I mean, the right answer is Ravager. Scorcher is okay. I don't love Scorcher into skirms. Because maneuvering around the skirms inevitably lowers their DPS. It works. 4 minutes till victory? That... I mean, Pro's just walking in. What was the excess? Yeah, 3. Holy moly. Dreamer. Yeah, Dreamer. Realizing that was unwinnable. Throwing the towel, moving on to game 2. Most games this grand finals could go is 6. We'll go a minimum of 2 more. And I imagine 3 more. Pretty dominant showing from Crow that first game. See where we go for game 2. Reef is key. Izaki? That is not. It's Iski. Going to Agalta. Rover versus Hovers. This is where they played their match in the Swiss part of the tournament. There were some shenanigans. There were some shenanigans. However, I think Crow still won that pretty comfortably. See if Dreamer can make something different happen. Overplant coming out from Dreamer. And what's it going to be from Crow? How many times have we... It's definitely more than that. I can pull up all the games on Agalta. Replays. That's... Oh. That's fine. SAR. Let's make sure that works. Map. Agalta. Hello? 1, 2, 3, 4. This is the 11th. This is the 11th game this tourney on this map. High eco maps are more fun. They can be. I don't know. I think that there's fun to be had in small maps like, say, Living Lands as well. But Moriko definitely gives you more tools to play with. I don't know. I think like Pawn's Retreat is just too big for 1v1 or Valles Marineris. That sort of map. I think that it just gets too far away from what you see in regular 1v1s because travel times are too high. But map like Agalta, it's fine. I know. I think with Agalta, the lack of features, it's so flat. There's holes, but they don't matter too much. And then the eco layout, very linear. The gold is alright. Not my favorite map, though. Scorcher going to kill the dagger, but shouldn't be able to kill the quill. Yeah, not going to be able to kill the quill. Maybe if it had hard committed, it would have been able to. Instead, it just gets cleaned up. I think it was on fight move there. These Scorchers on maneuver, not hold position. More Scorchers on the way, but it'll take a while for them to get there. Crow setting up more daggers in the meantime. 4 daggers over there. Quill not making a Lotus yet, prioritizing the mechs first. And Dreamer abandoning that attack. Crow also has another sneaky Quill up top that Dreamer has no idea about as of yet. Going for an earlier radar? Is this just to keep it as a radar? Or are we going to see a morph? Seems just to keep it as a radar. Command. Dreamer's still doing that thing with Strike Commander in the base, building energy, not expanding. I don't love it. I don't like it either. Could have just said that would have implied lack of love. Lots of Scorchers. Only 3 daggers in defense right now. 2 more waiting at the base. This is not a situation where Dreamer could just walk in and kill Crow's base. Is going to dagger is being moved back to protect that con, sure. Really like to see Crow make a radar up here so they can keep a better eye on things. This commander is adequate for now. Lots of Scorchers. That commander... Careful, Crow. That commander might just be dead if Dreamer hard commits. Yeah, if Dreamer hard commits right now, that commander's dead. But that will barely be an even trade. That will leave him vulnerable. It's not necessarily a good idea, even though hypothetically, I mean, commander value is arbitrary. It says it's 1275. But that it's not like Crow spent 1275 metal on that commander. Like, the commander's free. On the other hand, if it dies, then that's a permanent +4 eco that he's never getting back. But +4 is +4 metal, +6 solar. What's the economic value of that? That is 85, that is 170 metal and 170 metal in mexes and 210 value in solars, so yeah, 380 value in eco. I think 1275 is an overestimate of the value of a commander. I guess it's the all-in-one nature of it, but like, it's worth what, 2 riots? Yeah. I think a commander is more like 800 metal value. Of course, what the value actually affects is the reclaim that you get if you kill it. Big engagement here. Pretty even for now. And still plenty of Scorchers and Daggers still alive. Daggers heavily damaged. But all the Scorchers dead. Crow takes a bit of a lead there. And that con should be dead. Like to see Dreamer switch it up. Stop with the Scorcher spam. Make some Fencers, make some Rippers. Particularly Fencers. next wave of daggers is ready. And oh, we've got excess. 20 production on the factory. 10 more in masons, making another caretaker. That will bring it up to 40 production on the factory. If those masons... Oh, 50. That still won't be equivalent to a Zico. Well, it will after this raid, because... Oh, metal extractor's not going down. Yet. These Scorchers are not getting a very good fight. So I think the metal extractors will... 3 daggers through setting into the commander. That's not ideal. Okay, 1 metal extractor killed. But... And here comes the next wave of daggers, and... Oh... Dreamer needs lots of rippers, and he doesn't have lots of rippers. He has 2. And 2 is not going to cut it, especially when they're isolated. Third one is up. He's mono spamming ripper. But it's just not enough. The caretakers are definitely dead. I don't think the factory's dead yet. That was a mistake. He's 1... Wow. Slightly better positioning, and that factory's super dead. That factory was 1 dagger shot away from dying. It was not at 200. It was at 104 HP. Skill, posting a thread, 38,175. What is this? Jade Streamer's commander is unceremoniously dying there. 38,175. Let's see what we've got here. Oh, 0k settings guided by skill. Fascinating. Rippers are on the way. And, is this a throw? Are there maces? Are there claymores? Are there scalpels? There are none of these things. That is a lot of rippers. It's not a throw. Cleaned up. Substantial losses by the daggers. That ripper paid for itself in 1 shot, and it got its 2nd shot off. But the numbers are with Crow. This is a situation where I think Claymore is significantly scarier for the daggers than Ripper, because more range and a lot more AoE, and higher alpha. Claymore kills 1 billion daggers in 1 hit. Commander from Crow? Is it dead? Yes. Okay, there's the scalpels. Dreamer doesn't have scouting. A Sparrow in the middle of the map here. See, these scalpels would be huge. Doesn't have that. So he's just spamming out these rippers, none the wiser that they are obsolete. How long until he learns? Sees these on radar. Should tell by the speed that they're... Okay, he's learned. Learned, but not reacted. How long until he stops mono spamming Ripper? That scalpel got itself isolated. Unit AI. Yeah, scalpel unit AI can be a thing. He's reacted. Lots of Scorchers, lots of darts. I prefer Ravager Dart to Scorcher Dart versus Scalpel. Yeah, so many Scalpels. You really need to have intel on what how their player is doing. Because if you wait until you find out, or until the mono spam Scalpels are at your door to react, it's just too late. It is inevitably too late. They start snowballing so easily. And this was definitely too late. So Dreamer gonna finally lose his caretakers to daggers. That should have happened a while ago. And slow, inevitable march of the Scalpels. What does Dreamer do here? He loses. Grand's set 1. Pretty quick, overwhelming victory for Crow. See if Dreamer can fight back in second set of Grands. Yeah, even if you lose the first set of Grands, odds in the second set tend to be about 50-50. But that's going to swing wildly from tournament to tournament. I don't think Dreamer has an answer to Crow. I think Crow, I mean, the way Dreamer plays Reverfac, I don't think is strong into anything Crow's going to go. Yeah, I miss the days when Discord did free file hosting. So many links got broken after that. Let's take a look at this scale thread. Show simple settings box is unchecked, yes. Reclaim fields, attrition counter, unit attack range, defense range, and radar. Most of this stuff I already knew. Okay, random plateaus. This is interesting because I assume Dreamer, if he's going here, he's not going to be going rovers. It does depend on the randomized layout. Some are better for rovers than others. This one, yeah, sharp cliff here. Oh, I don't know. This is probably only barely navigable. And slowdown for rovers driving here is going to be so big. So this is not a good layout for rovers. So what does Dreamer go? Crow is going cloak. I expected spiders. But nope. Dreamer's the one going spiders. And Crow did lose to Web Freak's spiders as spiders, but Crow's not going spiders this time. Does Crow no? Oh, what are you doing, Crow? What was that? That was it's kind of weird. Had to Threxy Mexy for a second. Dreamer doing that thing I criticized. Engineer Commander, answer me, Hermits, with Redback Blueprint. Still bird up with Vault Glaive Blueprint for Crow. Weaver first. Weaver first as Spider is really vulnerable if the other player is going aggressive into raids. Crow is not, so the Weaver first is fine, but versus a player like the Rexy, who rushes out a bunch of raiders and hits you with them at like the 50-second mark. Con first is dangerous regardless, but especially Weaver, because it's so long until it can get some backup, that's really dangerous. Never put defensive stakes to each other like this. Because the thing is that if you have a glaive like here, only one of these lotuses can shoot at it, the other one cannot. Lots of glaives out from Crow, however, they're all just hanging back by the factory, not being moved up, not doing any scouting, not doing any raiding. In fact, neither player knows what the other's got yet, right? Yeah, I don't think there's been any scouting done. There's this flea, which is, it gives vision, but it's not scouting. It's not finding out what Crow is doing. It's just in a position to find out in the future, and not super. Okay, it'll find out when that lotus starts being made. Venoms are coming out now. Crow, no idea what Dreamer's going for. Does have more than enough glaives to deal with 2 venoms. Dreamer going really hard into the energy around that metal extractor. That is too much energy. That's a really significant delay on your expansion. And now Dreamer sees Crow for the first time, but it tells him nothing. Well, it tells him that there's probably a commander there. Could be a constructor, but it's probably a commander. Lotus is up, and it has nothing to see as of yet. Dreamer can see, or Crow can see that there are. No, he can't see these venoms. They're in radar shadow. Is this in this radar tower? Can't see there either. Speaking of settings, enable the widget that shows this. It's not perfectly accurate, but it's a lot better than nothing. Con from Crow still out expanding sneakily. Second con is going to start expanding as well. How is the terrain here? This is not navigable. This is impassable. This is a spiders only cliff. That would be why Dreamer is going Spider Frack. That does not explain why he is currently accessing a ton of metal. Mr. Dreamer, you can just space click storage right now and save the excess. Does have a con out, so that's going to be preventing the excess. And also the wind fell off a ton, so he's not making as much metal from overdrive. Idle con. Go for the Lotus Burst. Glaives moving out. That is a lot of Venoms. Oh, this is a massacre. Okay, no. Glaives took the upper hand. They were down in attrition for a while, but Crow came out of that exchange. Needs to pull back, wait for those glaives to heal up. One of them died to friendly fire there, because he was at pretty low health already. Engaging into these Venoms. But, you need to pull back. So many lost to the Lotuses there unnecessarily. Still ahead in the overall engagement, but not by a ton. And it depends. Why? This is a waste of metal. The Crow can't attack up this cliff. Anyway, there's no point to making the new ones. What is this? Lotus was finished before Crow started doing anything about it. Setting up some more Lotuses. Pull back, set up pickets there. Lotuses are going to be ready in time for these Venoms, and if one of them damaged, it's something pointless. Redback's coming out. I'm not sure Redbacks do better into this than Venoms. A mix of Venom and Redback would probably be best. This just wins the game. This just wins the game. This just wins the game. If he wanted to. But I guess Crow isn't interested in winning the game right now. So he's not attacking into the Redback he could easily have killed. Going to corner his glaives. Give Crow plenty of time to build enough Redbacks and thin his own glaive numbers. Yeah. That's a really bad trade from Crow. So much metal donated to Dreamer there. And, like, Dreamer already has tons of energy. Dreamer's commander finally doing this expand. He could have been making so much more metal all this time. Don't like how he played that. And Mr. Crow continued with Glaive Spam, even though he knows that there's a billion Redbacks walking towards him right now. Not making Ronin, not making Knight. Reaver used to be the good answer to Redback. It's not anymore, which is good. Reaver just being straight up better than Redback wasn't ideal. So I think it's good that Redback got buffed. Okay, here's the Ronin and an air plant. We're gonna see Magpie or we're gonna see Phoenix? Probably Phoenix. But it's never a surprise when Magpie makes Magpie either. Even if he is now known as Hermit rather than Magpie. Or possibly Flea. What's the priority thing here? That commander is at regular priority. These cons are at high priority. Caretaker destroyed. Commander doesn't have Ronin or Sling blueprint. Doesn't even have Reaver blueprint. Ronin engaging into the Redback. Commander maybe needs to run though. Redbacks are turning around, so it's probably fine. Excess 20 metal per second going into the factory with 45 metal income. Why suicide a bunch of glaives? What's the point of that? So many more redbacks. Recluses coming online now. But all these redbacks that are kind of dead metal, unless they can use the clips well. These ones forced to turn back because they would have lost to those lotuses. This Khan can make pickets. More suicidal glaives. Phoenix is up. Bombing run has been done. Kind of unnecessary because the Ronin will just clean it all up themselves. It's a manual fire from the Stardust. Try and get some pot shots that hit the Ronin, and it does not work. I mean, some pot shots do hit, but it's not enough to kill the Ronin. Dreamer's commander finally expanding to what it should have done a while ago. And Dreamer forced to make some tarantulas. Just saw 64-bit say Stuart was I don't know what 64-bit's referencing with that. No pickets. Got lots of Ronin. And still quite a few bombs gone off by that Phoenix, even though it did end up dying. Fusion is up for Crow. Dreamer doesn't have a fusion, he just has a ton of energy, or a ton of wind gens. And it's a good part of the wind cycle right now, I guess. I'm not sure why my wind overlay goes away and it's when spectating when runs. Not when spectating, period, because it's there when spectating FFAs. I don't think it's there when spectating teams, but it's not there when spectating 1v1s. Ronin have reached the base. There are enough recluses, so I don't think the base is dying. This is a ton of reclaim being left behind. Way too many tarantulas. What is this queue from Dreamer? Why are you doing one recluse, one tarantula? It should be like 3-1. Commander from Crow in a bad position. However, one redback not going to cut it. Two redbacks individually not going to cut it. Two redbacks together would cut it. Now that it's damaged. Probably even before it was damaged, two redbacks would be there now. Redback, pretty scary unit now. It's tarantulas that have nothing to do. I'd like to see a Stinger go up here just to deal with Ronins faster. And then we have a Spider Factory switch from Crow. 3 factories in one game. That's like mini facts. What's the term that I want to use for that? How do I want to name it? This mini facts doesn't sound quite accurate. Facts like 3 factories. Redback's moving in, getting the kill on Crow's commander. That's a nice tactical victory. I don't think it matters. So Dreamer actually surprisingly even in economy with Crow. What's the army value looking like? Actually ahead of Crow. All these are vulnerable to Phoenix. And also just to Ronin. This isn't over yet. I think the Hermits are going to make it over, however. So many glaives. Crow just running over Dreamer. The Loose imminently going to be overrun. And after that, it should be Currents. Artifacts are being popped out. So, no overrun yet. Puppies here would be really strong. Firewalker, of course. So, jump switch from Crow would be good. Not really making more Hermits. That commander's just still making Redback. This game definitely has gone better for Dreamer than previous two. Nonetheless, I think Crow has this. Maybe not. That is a lot of armor that's gone down. But that's a dead commander, surely. Surely. That'll clear the way to all of this eco back here being eliminated. Could have lost fewer glaives. Nonetheless, army value probably advantaged Dreamer. Yeah, by a significant margin. But that army not in a position to do anything. By the time it gets to Dreamer's base, Dreamer will have an adequate response. Presumably. He's leading with the AA in front. If all these tarantulas die, then it's open season for this ball. But, well, there's only one bomber, and it's suiciding into the tarantulas. Crow could have shut down more of Dreamer's economy there, I feel. Yeah, 3 mexes, 4 mexes back here. One of them is defended by the humans, but oh, so much feeding of glaives. That is, you don't love to see that. You don't love to see that. I see a universe where Crow manages to throw this. I see a universe. Crow's won games off of other players throwing today, so seems perfectly fair for him to lose a game to throwing himself in return. Economy for Dreamer is going down now, however. Only because he stopped reclaiming. Still needs to rebuild a bunch of metal extractors. This has been dead for a while. Could have rebuilt this ages ago. Yeah. Reclaim from Crow? Not happening. What is the Crow making? It's just an endless supply of Ronin. The Ronin are getting chewed up by the Recluse. not even doing all that much damage to the Hermit. I think Mr. Hermit is being out-hermited. Oops, caps. Oh. Yeah. Really think jump switch was needed a long time ago. It's not happening. And now it's just too late. Firewalker isn't getting you out of this situation. Maybe Sheer Force of Ronin. Wouldn't mind seeing a couple Phantoms as well. Even though they're not great against Hermit, lightly damaged Hermits still gonna slowly be attrition down. Not give them a chance to retreat back to repairs like these ones are doing. I'd like to see a more forward caretaker position. Like Dreamer can set up caretakers here, has the territory, he can even set up a Stinger as well to help lock it down against all the Ronin. That's not happening. He is running out of units that don't need repairs. That's a problem. So much constant rocket fire. And Dreamer, I think, could get a lot of mileage out of an air switch of his own. Dreamer a gunship switch for last one would be really strong. It's like the Recluses are putting in work against all the Ronins. Another thing that would be strong? Crap. Because so much AoE against the Ronin. Set one up here. Turn this into a Spire. Crab would kind of own. Who should build jumpers? Yeah, jump switch for Dreamer would also work well. We've seen Fax Light from Crow. I think it's time for one of these players to maybe go full Fax. There is so much reclaim here. Dreamer still making the redbacks. Redbacks, there's nothing for them to... Redbacks are just wasted ammo. Does this redback die? Maybe not. And we've got... People were talking about Hermit Wars. It's the Recluse Wars. Like... That's what's putting in all the work. Lyco is up. But, there's opportunities for good Lyco shots. Right here. Nice. Lyco nearly dying to the Tarantulas, though. And there's so many Tarantulas. Dreamer's still leaving this alone. That's 2 metal extractors that should have died a while. Send this to 64-bit. 64-bit is watching already. Yeah, there are definitely worthier games this tournament of being cast by 64-bit. Yeah, it might be too late for Crow. It might be too late. The Recluses are on his doorstep. The Phantoms are not made. The jump factor switch is not made. Is it really just Phantom or Firewalker? Are those the only things that get Crow out of this? He could go for a crab of his own. That would do some work. Scowlob might be decent. Grizzly. That's not what we're getting. We're just getting more Ronin that are dying. Also a bunch of glaives, but there's too many redbacks for glaives to work. And Lyco shot out of the sky before it could get back to the air plant. It's over. Another thing that Dreamer could do would just be right here, missile silo. I don't the Yeah, I don't think that Crow was really making the right unit there. Like, Ronin are good. You can't be just... You need more than Ronin. So, Dreamer not taking any games that first set, taking first game in this second set. Only needs one more game to advance, to win the tournament. And there's a $100 cash prize for this. I'm not sure what the split is. Okay, it's 60. So this is a $30 money match. $10 going to Web Freak, $30 going to second place, $60 going to first place here. Yeah, I mean, yeah, I did cast it, but also I'm tired. My casting is not as good as it probably would be at other hours of the day. But 3 a.m. tournament. Shield bots from Dreamer. I've already given my thoughts on this matchup. It's not great. In fact, was this the matchup in the first Crow versus Jade Streamer match of this tournament? I forget. It might have been. Double Convict opener seems really sus to me. Triple Convict opener is... Dreamer is just... He is not playing seriously. What is this? What? He plans on just Lotus creeping his way to victory? He has 27 build power with 16. It's power stalling. No combat units yet. The only thing that he has to beat these daggers, no defenses either. The only thing that he has to beat these daggers is his commander. Doesn't even have Lotus queued by that con. Does have by this con. But he's just going to lose all his eco to these daggers. What are you doing, bro? What are you doing? You're... Port creep... He's ceding the entire map to Crow. Crow only has one con expanding. But... It's such a shocker that there is daggers out. Attacking this economy. 300 value destroyed so far. 4 metal extractors. This is not a great start. It's just going infinite cons. If you are Crow, the correct answer here is actually just Claymore. Just, well, I mean, and mass expansion. Take over the entire map, but Claymore. Fate practically ignores the convict shields. These convict shields are pretty small. They used to be a bit larger. Not anymore. You can't get any damage in on the convicts. Convict shields are so efficient. Got to respond with Claymore. AoE. Beats the cons. Gets under the shields. That's not what Crow's doing. I mean, you can just expand for free. And it's not like Lotuses are particularly scary to daggers. It's having a field day at all that metal. Yeah, I don't know what the Dreamer's doing. Ooh, look, metal extractors. Just sniping all the metal extractors. That was a pretty expensive snipe though. Lost a lot of daggers. No Lotuses back here, but there is the Stardust. And down go, not quite all the daggers, but a bunch of them. And down go the rest of them. We've now got mass cons coming out from Crow. Actually, Factory Switch, Rover, make Fencer, invalidate all of the Lotus, go to town. Dreamer responds by walking the convicts up to the fencers and just spamming Lotus point blank, because why not? Or not even Lotus, it's Stardust. This is silly. I mean, might be later for Dreamer than it is for me. Might be 4, might be 5 a.m. Might also be 2 or 3. So, I get it. He's tired. He's not playing super seriously. Nonetheless, you're 1 game away from winning. So, might as well try to win. Crow could be greeting a bit harder. He's got... Okay, well... He's greeting adequately. Idle cons, though. Not ideal. Working on a fusion. And here comes another dagger wave. Wiped out those Lotuses. This Geo is vulnerable to being dagger sniped. We have an air switch for what? Magpie? I feel like this is a... No, it's Lyco. Okay, yeah, that makes sense. You can get a bunch of cons in a ball. Optimal Lycra Shot may kills 1k value here, which is halfway to making cost. Daggers not committing to killing the Geo, and they let a Stardust go up. Do you kill the Geo? Dreamer very slowly expanding. And now we have switch into Scalpel. Once we have a solid 50% battle line between the factions, that will start spamming Hermit. Yeah, this is a good group of cons to Lyco. Stardust going up. Too slow. Not quite. 1,200, 1,400 value. Sheesh. And that's dead commander. Goodbye. 4 daggers survive to tell the tale and kill a metal extractor. No, that metal extractor wasn't finished. But they kill a solar. Rip bozo indeed. Because, yeah, Dreamer is playing like a bozo. What is bro doing? I don't know, I find this penultimate game of the tournament to be anticlimactic. We'll see if the final game continues that. Metal Extractor after Metal Extractor going down to the Scalpels. Why not? Desolator, why not? It's not like the other guy can just make a lance and shut that down. Certainly not the case. Okay, so next round. Are we GGing? I don't ban map, I ban hovers. I'm not so sure about that proposal. Scalpels are running amok. What's the phrase? It's all over but the shouting? Something like that? Desolator is up. And Desolator is down. Oh. Fusion going up. Desolator will be back up soon. I mean, maybe Crow still goes hovers if it goes to Halant Maze. I don't think so. I think he goes Spider Factory in that scenario. That is a juicy ball of cons. And here's the juicer. One con makes it out. Finish it off. Let's get this game out of here. Where is... I mean, well... Could just make Odin. But Lance. I mean, you can try to kill the Desolator with Scalpels. I don't think that's a great idea, though. Well, Killing the energy with it works, however. So, that... Of all the games that happened today, that was definitely one of them. Where are we going for the final game of the tournament? Grand Finals, Game 5. No, well, Grander Finals, Game 3. Let's go. Will Crow win his own tournament? Or will Dreamer narrowly fight him off? Dreamer bans Intersection, Faultline, and Halite. I mean, that's two of those maps are maps where Crow would have been unlikely to go hovers. So, bold move if you want to get rid of hovers. Dreamer got it mixed up. It's Crow that bans. Dreamer picks next map. And we're going to Zed Remake. I mean, sure. Yeah, this is a map where hovers, they don't have the maneuverability that bots have here. So, makes sense if you want to nerf hovers. What's Dreamer going to go for? Cloaky? This is the remake, which in Bar and Beyond All Reason, Zed Remake has the features that regular Zed does. But those features use proprietary assets that Bar has permission to use, but 0K does not. So the map is just missing those in 0K. And is just, therefore, worse gameplay-wise than the original. Love when when maps for my free open source game have assets that mean that assets that aren't free. Love that. Bar, why are you like this? Also, why are we using the Bar version of that if I can talk at 3:30 in the morning? Why are we using the worst version of the map in the tournament rather than the regular one that works? Huh? Dreamer go. What's the plan? What is the plan? Okay. Huh. Game will force start in 60 seconds. Choose your spawn point and factory, Crow. That is a good question that I do not know the answer to. 64-bit. Spider Factory from Crow. Mr. Hermit is going for hermits. Okay, that's just a crevice. Sure. Let's look at how pathable this is. But this is not. So, there's the answer. Shocker. Dreamer going Strike Commander, Will of the City, and Hover Factory. Crow going Spiders. with Engineer Commander Bird up, as always. And Weaver is off, build some mexes. Early redback from Crow. What? That's weird. That's weird. How does Dreamer respond to the redback? Does he try going around? No, he just runs away. And loses a dagger in the process. So this Weaver is free. There was no need to make a Lotus here. Crow didn't know that at the time, of course, but this Weaver, once it is done making these mexes, should just reclaim the Lotus. Get 72 metal back. The energy that he put into it is, of course, unfortunately gone forever. We have a mace from Mr. Dreamer. Mace versus Redback. That is a unit matchup that I haven't seen much post Redback buff. It used to be obscenely in Mace's favor. What's the range difference? Mace is 345 range, and new Redback is 310. This match is going to end, and I am immediately going to conk out. As man, this has gone late. Predictably late. I mean, it would have ended before 3 if there was only one set of Grand Finals. But that was not the case. Web Freak beating Crow really, in winners, really ruined everything. They're back going to be able to shut down the daggers. Mace needs to be careful with all the Venoms around. I would like to see a Claymore, because that would really be a problem for the Venoms. And also, Mono Claymore just wins here. Mono Claymore just wins here. Because Mono Claymore, I mean, it can be Recluse. Dreamer playing very carefully with these maces, now going for scalpels. Do we like scalpels? Because the threat to the maces is Recluse. Is Scalpel good into Recluse? I don't really think so. Dreamer now expanding, and only with 10 metal per second on his factory. And oh no. Well, goodbye, Mace. It was nice knowing you. I think that's just straight up GG. Maces are dead. There is one more on the way, but there's so many Recluses being pumped out. Commander for Dreamer, I mean, sending up a Stinger, but, like, why are you playing the long game? Why are you trying to play the long game? That's not an option for you. You wouldn't... I mean, the rush failed, so... he's losing regardless, but... Spiders can just ignore the Stinger. They can go around in either of these paths that Mr. Jade Dreamer has helpfully highlighted. He's setting up a Newton. And this is a better Newton than the last one for sure, because now it's an avenue that the enemy might actually attack you from. Crazy concept. Second Stinger? That seems dubious. I mean, second Stinger probably is in range of mechs, yeah. First one was just a bit too far back. Right here would have been the optimal place for it. Second Stinger isn't going to get to go up. Yeah, That's a lot of metal wasted. How does hover respond to this density of recluse? And the answer is they don't. They die, I think. Factory switch into... He does not have the build power for a factory switch. I mean, it wouldn't take that long to get a, like, you Q3 quills. First one takes a while. The next few come up a lot faster. Let's see how much use these newtons get, because Crow is attacking through them. The problem is that Recluse outranges the newtons. That is the problem here. I could be wrong, but I do believe that is the case. And that is a problem for JH Dreamer. Because if it was Hermits that you were fighting, it would be one thing. It's not. It's newtons. Or it's Recluse. And the Recluse can just say... Recluse don't care. Honey Badger don't care, Recluse don't care. Goodbye, Commander from Crow. But does it really matter? The Recluses are unanswered, and there is not going to be an answer to them. Like, what do you do here? You can make a bunch of daggers, I guess. These maces certainly aren't going to cut it. That one really needs to get away. How do you beat the crab? I think you do. I mean, the answer for the crab is just halberd. And more defenses. Dreamer really piling on the pork, but not the right pork in the right spots. Crab. That's brutal. All this army dying. Nothing on the factory. Factory's just dying to Recluses. Okay, so he's got all this build power guarding effectively no mexes. Like, this Stinger doesn't even cover the full perimeter of this land area, and this is spiders. They don't even have to respect the land. Does the crab get killed by the stingers before it is out of reach of them? Answer, yes. Surprisingly. Crow holding off on... Crow, you can just kill the factory. Like, the Recluses have the DPS to kill the factory. You don't need to run away at the sight of 3 daggers. There's no reason. What are you doing? What are you doing? Crow, what are you doing? Oh, Claymore here would be juicy. But I don't think JH Streamer knows that Claymore exists. I don't think he's made it in all tournament. Here come the Recluses, another route. They don't have radar coverage, so they're not shooting yet. Do y'all ever just die to friendly fire? Because I'm pretty sure that's what happened there. This would be insane for Claymore. I think that Crow might have thrown. I don't know what's happening here. And now there's a sunken caretaker, because why not? I feel like at this point, you just gotta commit to the Newton to pull the crab down. Factory from Crow, offline. What's the plan, Stan? Hermits! from Mr. Hermit. Stinger over here. What? Crow's still ahead of Dreamer. That is because of Reclaim. Once this Caretaker starts trying to get Reclaim, Dreamer's economy is going to shoot up. Idle Halberds not killing the metal extractor. Why did he switch back into Scalpel Mace? Why is that metal extractor still alive? Why is that metal extractor still alive? There's that Reclaim I was talking about. Make Newtons. Because that would... Oh, dang. Caretaker dying. That sucks. Wasn't even gunning for the Caretaker. And oh, that's a lot of fire on that crab. Crab really needs to pull back. Who wins here? I don't know. That is a lot of Hermits. But that is a lot of Stingers. Hermit not actually amazing in Sting. I am not sure what the Scalpels are doing. Not great for the Hermits to focus fire the Stinger that wasn't even finished. I think it's time for more Halberds from Jade's Dreamer. I don't know. I didn't know that it's unsuccessful 64-bit. I think this is a pretty effective throw. You know, it wouldn't be a bad place for a Hermit? Or for an Newton? Right here. Right here. Okay, how do you get this crab killed? If Jade's Dreamer just got off of Hover Factory and switched into... Is that Hermit just getting free shots off? That's kind of silly. Caretaker is back up. Lance is on the way soon. Yes, now? Claim activate. Gotta be careful with that commander, because it is quite a ways from full health. I don't think it would be a terrible idea to go ahead and stick an auto repair on it. This Stinger should be a little farther forward just so that it kills the mechs. Where's the repair on the crab? What is Crow doing? Well, he's getting energy. If he repaired it, like he is going to be energy stalling soon. Except that he's not, because he's getting the fusion. Why get the fusion? This is a geo map. You could have a geo already up. But here's the Lance. Force the engagement. Flails, because I mean Crow just Dreamer notices that there's a lull in the fighting, and rather than oh, this is a terrible engagement, Dreamer. Rather than scouting to see what Crow is doing to cause the lull in the fighting, he just builds flails. spend 1,000 metal in AA for no reason. There's the lance. Oh, well, I mean, there's a lot to protect the lance, actually. Can we get a jump bot switch, Mr. Dreamer? Can we get a jump bot switch? I'm wasting most of the... I think this lance is out DPS'd by the heal on this crab. Commander descending to grab some reclaim. Why not? It's not like that makes it vulnerable. I mean, it's not too vulnerable to have us there, but still. This crab spike, real problem. Second lance is on the way, but can we get a jump bot factory switch? Can we get a jump bot factory switch? Cloak wouldn't be a bad idea. Oh my goodness. Finally, Crab is dead. Where's Crab 3? Crab is so good. Crab 1 was not very good. That lance could be... Lances are on hold fire. I think you can... Okay. Hold fire is off. With the crab gone, you can safely take them off of hold fire. There was no Lotus here. Yeah, Crow sure is spending a lot of time attacking a brick wall. Lance model spam? What? That's not a good way to respond to flee. Using those mechs is for free. Friendly fire. Next crab is up. Where's the dagger to kill that flea? There's no defenses here either. What is Dreamer doing? What is Crow doing, not punishing over here? I'd be really careful with that, because lances are on hold fire, and they are ready to snipe. Gotta be careful that... Oh... That was almost a lot of lances dying to a single crab. Yeah, the thing about the red arrow is that Crow cannot see the red arrow. Here's another crab. Can I get a jump bot switch? Jump bot switch? Can we get a juggernaut? How about gunship switch? I mean, just think about it. Gunship switch? River switch? Like, there's opportunity for Jade Streamer to do his favorite thing in the world. Capturing the enemy stuff. This crab going off to the side because... Rare crab raid. Incredible. Incredible. We are 20 minutes into this game. Neither player has built a geo. The most escalation we have seen so far is Crab and Lance. We do have a fact switch. We do have Lyco on the way. And oh my goodness, with the density of these lances, that's going to be some very juicy Lycos. What do you kill a raiding crab with? I mean, the answer is just halberds. It's just halberds. That's the answer. Dreamer has found the crab. There is a stinger, but that is not a serious obstacle for the crab. Flails are not how you counter crab. But oh, the crab messed up and it is dead. It killed 450 value and is now dead. But all of the hermits are moving. This is not an army that can push at all quickly. Okay. And Crow gives up. Dreamer is the winner of Lobster Roll New Beginnings Summer Arcadian. What? Summer Arcadian Return? Is that what the R was? Do we have it in the stream title? Probably do. Anyway, so congrats to JH Dreamer taking home the gold in this tournament. Crow, host of the tournament, exiting at second place. We have John's. Crow was just getting yelled at my GF. Huh. Rip. Oops. So, first place goes to Dreamer, second place Crow, and third going to Web Freak. The somewhat inaccurate bracket I'll pull up is right here, except it still hasn't been filled out with the Grand Finals reset, but that went to JH Dreamer. Hope y'all enjoyed that. Catch y'all next time. Now I'm going to join the BC and then promptly go straight to bed. See y'all.